Yo, everyone. Gotta do that again. Alright, give me 1 sec. Where are we? Okay, bear with me guys. I'm going to send the Discord notification out there. Hope you're all well. I literally just woke up. I literally just fucking woke up. I have no idea what's happening. I just got a message from Ubiquitous going, mate, it's fucking huge. And I was like, okay, something must have happened. So I've got I literally just woke up and made myself a coffee. I haven't checked anything. Oh, my fucking YouTube titles. I don't know what's going on. Let me, I've just got to try and, I don't know how to change my YouTube titles. I don't know what's going on. It's being stupid. It's being really lame. Alright, now I know how to do it. Alright, fuck.
My children need wine.
My children do need wine. What's going on? Clevis with the sub. You legend. Thank you so much. I gotta move the notifications up to the front. Shit. Clevis, you're a legend. I love you. Thank you, mate. How are you? Is this news good? Am I gonna like it? What am I'm changing this to SoD Phase 3. Not Phase 23. Phase 3 news. Oh my god. Save. And I don't know why the thumbnails are weird and like shit. I'll have to take that up with Restream. Alright. Fuck it. So that's that for now. Let's go like this. Yep. And go like this. Okay. Watch their YouTube preview blind. Alright, so I'm on Twitter. I swear to God, Ubiquitous. I'm not reading chat for 2 seconds, guys. Just bear with me. Here's the update. It is 6:15 here in the morning. I got out of bed 10 minutes ago. First thing I do every morning is check my phone. First thing I saw was a message from Ubiquitous going, mate, fucking oh my god, blah, 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 blah. I was like, alright, obviously we're expecting news soon. I presume something has come down the pipeline. I fucking gave my dogs breakfast. I made myself a coffee. I had a piss, and then I turned on this stream immediately. I promise you, this isn't one of those fucking content creator things where like, I haven't seen anything, let's go in blind, and they fucking read it all and they've got all their takes ready and been like, my pre-prepared take that I'm not going to tell you I pre-prepared is something very wise and blah blah blah, totally like, I made this up in the moment because I'm a fucking great content creator. There's no content creator smoke behind this. You can fucking probably see the sleep in my eyes still. Like, where I promise you I haven't seen one word. So, let's just do this blind. I fucking sound like shit, don't I? The coke sniffles. Alright. I wasn't doing coke, I'm just joking. So, where are we? Twitter, a grand. First thing I've seen as I've logged on Twitter. My earlier report of more info coming very soon has been upgraded to more info available right now. Check out the team talking about Phase 3 stuff. Okay, so I presume they've done the same YouTube presentation or video presentation that they did for Phase 2 has now come for Phase 3. That's really good. I really enjoyed the Phase 2 presentation. I think they were asking for a lot of feedback on that, and they got a lot of positive feedback, so I presume they've just done the same thing. If not, somehow new and improved, so that's great. I guess what we'll do, by the way, sorry, I'll turn back to chat now. Hello Clevis, hello Zim, hello Watts, hello Ubiquitous, hi all. It's so lovely to have you all here. We'll watch this YouTube video and then I guess we'll read whatever we need to read after that and we'll have a chat, and more than likely, we will, I'm trying not to read Sars' tweet. Alright, let's just go to it. Oh,
hi everyone.
No. Go to the actual link. How do I go to the fucking link? Share. Copy link. Is this gonna do it? Hang on 1 second, guys. Oh my god. Sorry, I missed that notification. Thank you for the follow. Okay, we got it. Okay. Hang on 1 second, boys and girls. Okay, here we go. So this is it. There's Clayton, I should say. I've got my coffee. I'm hungry as shit. I'll turn the music off. Sorry, Black Keys. Sit down for a moment. You're on the bench. Alright, guys, here we go. Wait, oh, mute.
I'm Clay Stone, Associate Production Director of WoW Classic. Welcome to our Season of Discovery Phase 3 preview. As our team has shared in the past, we have been blown away by the reception to Season of Discovery, and we're so excited to share this sneak peek
mates.
at what's ahead with you.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for the follow.
That, let's take a look at what we'll be covering today. We'll kick things off with raid information. Then, a
It'll be
preview
Sunken
of rune
Temple.
abilities,
$1,000 will
followed
be
by our
Sunken Temple.
PvP updates, changes and additions being made to world events, a look
Okay,
at what's coming
new
to
world event. We were
professions,
wundering if there was going to be
close
one.
it out with a very
I think I was sort of
important
like, there's no
system
reason to
update,
believe there's not going to be
and
one.
more, which you're definitely going to want to stick around for. All right, so just like last time, some disclaimers.
Legal disclaimers.
We're going to put the build up on PTR soon to check our era and hardcore realms. But like all the other phases, Phase 3 of Season of Discovery will not have a PTR for player testing.
Gotcha. So people
Still,
don't freak out.
There will be
It's
some
not
data
a
mining
beta
that
or
occurs in
PTR.
advance
They've
of the
just got to
launch.
make sure it doesn't break
But as we've
era.
been saying since the beginning of Season of Discovery, not everything data mined will actually be in the phase
We
or
get it.
future
We know the
phases.
drill.
So
We're getting used to the drill by
speculators beware.
now.
And conversely, there's more to discover in this upcoming phase and beyond than we're going to talk about ahead of time.
I think I can spot
And we
one
want
hair
your
out of place on
feedback.
Clayton.
Everything we
Unacceptable.
do across
Video's
Classic
broken.
continues to be a journey that is co-written by you, the players.
He shaved his
And
neck
we can't
hair,
wait to
his,
hear
his
your
chest
thoughts
hair
on
as well.
all.
I get the chest hairs that
All right.
poke out the top
So
of
I'm
the shirt.
sure
He shaved
it is a
those. I get
total
it. I get it.
surprise
You gotta look
that
good.
absolutely no one saw coming that the Temple of
Sunken
Atal
Temple. There we
Hakar,
go.
aka the Sunken Temple,
I'll just stop it there for 1 second and just say, like, I heard a lot of people throwing out, like, a lot of options about what, I mean, obviously there are a lot of options for what the raid could have been, but, like, all the common sense bets were on ST, right? It was Sunken Temple, it's going to be Sunken Temple. You know, any doubts I had were washed away fucking, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. Like, yeah, it's going to be Sunken Temple. But up until last week, I was still hearing people, like, really going, like, mate, it's going to be fucking, you know, BRD. It was never going to be BRD. Mate, I reckon it's going to be Maradon. No. Sunken Temple, confirmed, done. All right.
will be our new and
That's
first
where the smart money
20
was. That's the
player
sharps
level
were
upgrade.
on Sunken
This raid
Temple.
is jam-packed with 8 bosses, tons of new items, including new item sets, new and revamped epic drops, and up-leveled and rebalanced quest rewards. This is also when the level 50 class quests come online, which will provide a wide array of powerful
Oh,
items.
the GP was
for
good
each
this year in
class.
Australia? Was it
Jumping
on
into
over the
a quick
weekend, right?
preview of a few of the bosses.
I hope they've got
the
a
first
makeup
boss in this
department,
raid
Cletus.
is Atelarion, a massive berserker troll that acts as a bit of a janitor, cleaning up or potentially eating any person or thing that happens to fall down from the atrium above.
What's going on? It's the Blizzard janitor that we've always joked about on the show. Finally, they've put him in the game. The janitor. Chalk that one up. Chalk, that's a countdown to classic win. That's a nod. That's a reference to us. It's really not, but I'm just saying it is. Yep, we joked about the Blizzard janitor. Now he's here. He's in the game. He cleans. He's fucking ready to clean up your shit. Here we go.
If the
He
fall
knows
doesn't
all.
kill you, this guy definitely will. Next up, we have a brand new boss, the Festering Rot Slime. This engorged, gelatinous monster inexorably patrols one of the outer rings of the Sunken Temple, consuming
Another
any
big
wandering
poison goo
adventurers
boss
hapless enough
as
to
the
cross
second
its
boss
path.
of the raid.
A bit further into the raid, we have Jamal An and Ogam, a priest and an undead avenger, utterly dedicated to seeing the blood god Hakar return to the mortal world. These two will keep you on your toes and have a few tricks up their sleeve to keep the fight interesting each time you encounter them. The last boss in this preview is the mighty green dragon, Aranicus, Aranicus has been having a bit of a bad dream for the past few decades. And
I'm
that
sure
dream is
I'm sure
manifesting
Tim
in
will
our
do a
world
phenomenal job
in a
with all these
variety of
encounters.
ways, which Nora will talk about in just a
Tim
little bit.
Tim
For those
has
that make it to
been
his
10 out of
lair,
10
we
so
can't
far with
recommend waking this big beast
BFD,
up. But if you do
Gnomragon.
and are able to prevail,
I know
a
Gnomragon
lot of
got some
sweet
flack
loot
from the
will no doubt
casuals,
await
but
you.
like I think he's
Speaking of
doing a
loot,
great job.
here's
I'm
a
sure he'll
quick
do
look
more
at some of the
with
awesome
ST.
rewards you'll find inside the Sunken Temple. First up, we have a new take on the Drakestone item
Okay.
with a new Shadow
Oh.
Arcane spell damage variant.
Wait, what do we got here? All right, so Druids, casters, and Warlocks and Shadow Priests really want this, I guess, or just everyone. Who doesn't want this? This is good for everyone but mages, right? Eat shit, mages. Everyone else who casts spells, you'll love this. Maybe not Ellie Shaman. Okay.
Next up is a rather unique weapon. Yes, it's an
Gun axe. Gun axe. Playoffs. Wait a moment. Wait a goddamn second. Are we? Is it happening? Is it a gun sword? And fucking Blizzard's going, we'll take your gun sword and raise you a gun axe. Fucking kidding me? That's amazing. I want full trigger on the fucking handle and always got to be a one-upper. All right, I love it. What do we got? Oh, 125 to 188, 3.3, 47.4, 18, 15. Fire the gun axe at your target, dealing 122 to 155 fire damage and additional 75 damage over 10 seconds, 1 minute cooldown. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Warriors, rise up.
axe gun. Shamans and Paladins have felt left out for
The
quite
Gax.
some time when it comes.
They called it the Gax. That sounds rude. Show us your Gax. Show us your fucking Gax, love.
To having ranged weapons, and short of Egan's blaster, there's not much for them. Now,
Yes, Watts. I'm sure I'm not. It's a Tuesday morning, Watts. Give me some form of respect.
you too can have a gun that you can swing like an
And
axe
I don't
or
do it
shoot
in
like
general,
a gun.
please. I love
with
to
a
joke
cooldown,
about
of
it, but I
course.
don't do
It's
it.
unfortunately a bit slow on the reload. Lastly,
Can't
we have a
afford
quick
it.
look at our tier tokens. Similar to AQ40, we'll have 2 different tokens with several classes on each. We really like the token system in Gnomragon, but it sometimes felt a
Oh,
bit bad
dear.
to be rolling against the
Jay
entire
Lazy, you
raid
hearing it for the
whenever
first
one
time as
dropped.
well? Good stuff.
So now we'll have 2 different tokens, and multiple will drop on each boss that can drop set tokens.
Oh,
And
yeah.
here's a quick look at some of the
Coffee
epic
in
rewards.
inverted commas.
First
exactly.
off, we've got a glow up for the classic Embrace of the Serpent robe for healers.
Ooh.
We've also updated the sword Dragon's
That would look great on my healer. If I had one. Dragon's Cry. Hello. One-handed sword. Ooh. Sword rogues rise up in phase 3. I'll bet you they'll do something to move away from mutilate. Then it'll be the sword rogues in phase 3. I fucking bet you $1 million. Plus 8 stam, 2.6, one-hander. That's juicy for your Sinister Strikes, man. Very juicy. Sinister Strikes, you know what I mean. Plus 16 attack power. Course Falls and Emerald Dragon Whelp to protect you in battle for a short period of time. Chance on hit. That's really cool. Oh, and it's not unique. You are correct. I've got to do my full Chris Farley. That is correct. I don't think anybody wants to see that, but anyway. It's Tuesday morning for me. It's Monday night for you. We need to cut off Ubiquitous from the Hypium. I haven't checked, but I'm presuming that Ubiquitous is just fucking like his head's exploded. Hunter weapon confirmed. Jay Lazy, how dare you? How dare you? Yeah, Zim, get the dual wielding on. That'll be fucking great. All right. Should we kick on?
Call. One cool thing
Wait. Dragon's Call exists in original ST. It can spawn up to 3 dragons. Oh, okay, crude F. But it wasn't epic, right? Or was it? I don't fucking know. I don't know. You guys will know more than me. You always know more about the game than me. You know the drill after 6 fucking years.
thing about this weapon is that we've added several brand new glow effects for weapons in this patch. And this is one of the first items to take advantage of having a very fancy, but still quite classic, new glow.
Oh, it was
and just
epic,
like
it's
in
just super
previous
rare,
raids,
right?
we've got several fun items lined up as well.
Okay,
The
Shaman's
first
gonna be
item
able to
is the
Sunken
Atalai
Temple.
Blood Ceremony, which allows you and a friend or frenemy to play a deadly game where only one survives. This item is great for when you need to decide something, and a coin flip just won't cut it.
Oh, wait, what? Yes, we're listening to that again. Is this Jewels with meaning? Interfaction Jewels with meaning?
Allows you
In the raid?
First item is the
Fucking
Atalai
right, mate.
Blood Ceremony.
I want that,
which
you want
allows
it, let's
lined up as
go.
well. New glow. Items to take advantage of having a very fancy, but
I like
still
that.
quite classic, new glow.
I like that
And just
glow.
like in previous raids, we've got several fun items lined up as well. The first item is the Atalai Blood Ceremony, which allows you and a friend or frenemy to play a deadly game where only one survives. This item is great for when you need to decide something, and a coin flip just won't cut it. The unorthodox hex stick allows you to embrace your inner critter and transform into a disgusting little creepy crawler to dazzle and disgust your friends.
Okay, I like the first one. They learned so much from hardcore, and like having the Makara, I think, has just been the progenitor for a lot of like little fun things they want to do to interact with your mates in ways that we haven't before. So I'm glad that they're really kind of embracing that and still not just resting on their laurels with the Makara, and they've found in each phase new little fun ways to kind of, you know, it's a way to spawn new types of interactions with your guildies. It's, you know, outside of just let's go raid and shit talk. And I really think that's cool. Good on them. Like it seems like a weird thing to say, but finding new ways for people to interact with each other or just communicate or to, like, you know, create new moments of fun within your guild on an otherwise, like, quote unquote, you know, not boring, but like, it's just another fucking, you know, it's week 7. Everyone's sleepwalking through the raid, you know, everyone's kind of on autopilot. Things like this jazz it up a little bit, and I think it's really cool. They found ways to do that.
These are just a few examples, and there
Wait
are
till I
several
see the
cool
rogue
things
stuff.
coming with this patch. We've intentionally left the best ones for you to discover yourself.
Am I going to stick with
Lastly,
Rogue Ubiquitous,
one
or am
bit
I
of
ditching
feedback
it?
we
Are they
took
going to do
heart
enough to
this
keep me
patch
around?
Was that a lot of updated quest rewards for previous level up raids could feel a bit
Okay, we've
underwhelming.
got 20 minutes to go.
So for Sunken Temple, we've actually gone a step further and helped rebalance and restat many of the existing quest rewards.
Okay.
The first example here
That's good.
is a Vanguard helm. And you can see we've made it a bit more attractive to the classes that can use it.
Now, okay, here's the thing. I am praying that at some stage in this video, having heard what we just heard, you know, hey guys, we've upgraded, you know, quest items from Sunken Temple. Yeah, cool. Okay, we all could have expected that. What I'm praying we fucking hear is, hey, guess what? Also, we've either, I don't know if they can upgrade items. I mean, I know they can upgrade items in the dungeons, but like, you know, either quest rewards that doesn't break era from other dungeons, or found a way to, you know, make you want to chase things in every other dungeon at level 50 in the game. Like, there are two huge points of concern with Phase 2 that need to be addressed in Phase 3, and quite frankly need to be addressed in this video to, you know, assuage a lot of fucking worry amongst the community. And that is, number one, you have to make dungeons relevant again outside of the level up raid. And number two, you must make battlegrounds relevant again. I've had a lot going on IRL over the last few weeks, guys, and I keep saying I'll tell you soon, I will tell you soon. I've been fucking busy, and I've been waiting for news like this to be able to do a podcast again. So we will podcast today after I watch this and sort of get my shit together and wake up a bit more. But I was going to, on the next podcast, having had the time, you know, a few weeks have passed. We've had more time with Phase 2. Not quite ready for the Phase 2 review, but like, I'm definitely ready for a bit of Phase 2 criticism that I think it well deserves. And it's not all entirely the classic team's fault. And I don't want to be the apologist and everyone like, no, fuck that Josh, don't fucking give him a break, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, unfortunately they do have a lot going on at the moment. They're trying to build the fucking Kata beta, which, you know, just opened up in all sorts and clearly requires a lot of work. You know, they're trying to maintain fucking launch, you know, self-found hardcore and maintain era and fucking maintain and develop, you know, maintain phase 2 SoD, develop phase 3 SoD. They've got you know, this little team has got a lot on their fucking plate right now. And unfortunately, I think, and I'll try to get them in this, I really will try to get them in this, because I think that I wouldn't be shocked if we got an admission in a slight moment of weakness from the team that unfortunately one of these phases had to be a little bit of a, you know, whether you stinker, a little bit of a slow phase, because they had all this work lining up with other products that they make. And I think phase 2 was the designated, look, this is just going to have to be one that's just going to have to kind of tread water, and hopefully the player base sticks around while we're working on a fuckload of other stuff. Phase 2 does deserve to have the boot put into it a little bit, because a lot of things went wrong that I think the classic team will have learned a lot from. You know, not that it was intentional, but unfortunately you can't just murder dungeons. You can't just murder battlegrounds. They've stripped away so much of the content from the game that was a byproduct of the changes they made that they obviously didn't foresee, but now know about and can adjust on the fly, hopefully. So I'm praying, that's my number one thing is dungeons. My number 2 thing is battlegrounds. I'm praying at some point through the next 20 minutes, they go, we see you, we see you, we hear you. That's a joke for you. If you know, you know. We see you, we hear you, we've done something about it. So let's go.
And Helm of Exile as well. And while not a quest reward, we have also carried forward some of the work we did updating dungeon drops in the previous phase, and revamped even more dungeon drop rewards.
Pigs, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Whoa. I just want to see that scepter
Princess
again.
Thera-
What are they? Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. That's a lot of stats. By the way, hello everyone else. We got Crudef. My boy Nada from here is here. Our favorite fucking train driver. How are you, brother? What's going on? Tariak's here. Yalla yalla. Hey everyone. Hi. I'm trying to keep up. I am reading chat. Trust me. I'm with you. Let's keep going.
Rodrus's scepter. And with that,
hey
I'll turn it
Lumen,
over
what's
to
going
Matt
on, man?
to give us a preview of runes and just some of the new
Rune
abilities you'll get
preview.
access to.
The real
Hey,
ones.
folks. I'm
Although, hey, just sorry, I'm going to be annoying and keep pausing. You know, that's what you're fucking here for. You know the drill. I just say one funny little elephant in the room that you guys pointed out on the podcast that has become funnier and funnier to me as the phase has gone on is Tim on the call with me prior to phase 2 coming out, talking about Balefire Bolt being like his new favorite rune for phase 2, and then it just wasn't in the game. So like, I find it funny that even though I was about to say, all right, here are the runes that are confirmed coming in the game, you know, we don't have to worry about the data mining right now. They're just going to tell us. But they've fucking thrown us a curveball before, haven't they? All right. So trust no one. Just like Fox Mulder says. Let's go.
Everett, senior engineer on the classic team.
All right, here's a new face. They're you know, fucking rolling out the faces that we haven't seen before. I like it. All right, welcome aboard, Matt. Let's do this.
I'll go over some of the new runes you might find in Phase 3.
I'm just going to say, I haven't seen Matt Everett and Jesse Plemons in the same room together. Have you? I don't think anyone has. So I'm just fucking throwing it out there. You know, what's going on? 2 jobs? Maybe. Maybe not. Let's go.
Before that, I want to note that we heard your feedback that a lot of runes last phase weren't accessible until level 40. We've tried to balance Phase 3, so you'll find more runes while leveling, but you'll still have some to look forward to at 50.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look at
so,
Druids.
with that comment he's just made, you would fucking presume that another huge piece of feedback that the team has taken on board is that people do not like having their runes backloaded through the leveling journey. While yes, I get in theory it makes sense to build up to more powerful things over time and to have the cherry to the carrot to chase in the later levels. You still need to do that. I think all of the criticism so far about the Phase 2 spreading out of the runes is entirely valid. And you have to give people really big, heavy, fun hitters to level with from the get-go. The best part, well, not the best part, but one of the best things about Phase 1 that didn't get enough commentary was just for so many classes, how you just log in and like 3 minutes later, they're like, hey, for free, here's an amazing rune. Here's penance. Mate, I just logged in. Yeah, we don't care. We don't care. Here you have fucking penance. And it hits like a truck. And you're like, oh my fucking God. That's what you want. Like, you want to feel like you're playing something new and powerful in Season of Discovery. And they changed that a little bit in Phase 2, and it was unfortunate. They need to just, like, there's Discovery, and then there's just, they've got to drop something in our laps early and be like, go have fun and level with this sick new ability. And you go, oh, thank you. That's where a lot of the dopamine comes from that they robbed us of in Phase 2 that hopefully they learned from.
First, Gore gives you a chance to reset some key feral cooldowns and generate some rage. And improved bark...
Slow down. Whoa, slow down, egghead. Let's do this. Striking a target with laser rate swipe or more is a 15% chance to reset the cooldown on Mangle. Yeah, this is pretty standard. Could have seen that one coming. 5% chance to reset the cooldown on Tiger's Fury. Okay, cool. Brute Barkskin. Barkskin can be cast on allies. Very cool. No longer penalizes melee combat speed or spellcasting time and can be cast while shot. That's very cool. Improved Barkskin. All right.
Barkskin gives you all the benefits of Barkskin without the drawbacks, and you can cast it on your friends. Next up are Hunters. With Lock and Load, your traps grant you a free shot with no cooldown. This could be a great...
Whoa. Wait, sorry, I looked away. That's what I get for checking chat. Fuck you guys. No.
With Lock and Load...
I'm joking, I love you. Don't go anywhere. Oh my God. Lock and Load. Each time one of your traps is triggered, your next shot ability within 20 seconds costs no mana and does not incur a cooldown. Yuck. PvP hunters fucking rejoice. I don't like that. I mean, for fighting against a hunter. No, thank you. Go away.
Free shot with no cooldown. This could be a great 1-2 punch with something like double Chimera shot. Focus Fire lets your pet build up Frenzy, which increases its attack speed.
Consume all applications of Frenzy from your pet, increasing your range attack speed by 3%, granting for each application consumed. For focus, last 20 seconds of basic. Your pet gains Frenzy each time it uses a basic attack, increasing its melee attack speed by 6%.
Speed.
I mean, to be fair, obviously we know that Ranged Hunter was in a world of hurt, and they had to go pretty heavy on really helping them out. I'm not sure if this is the fix for BM or marksmanship, but it sounds like a pretty fucking good start. So I presume things very much so will turn around for Ranged Hunters in Phase 3.
You can activate it to consume your pet's Frenzy, boosting your attack speed and granting your pet Focus. Next up are Mages. Deep Freeze is a powerful 5-second stun on a frozen target. If the target's immune to stuns...
Oh, it's like they're rogues now. Stuns the target for 5 seconds. The Mage Kidney Shot. Stuns the target for 5 seconds. Only useful on frozen targets. Deals 5, 7, 8, 6, 7, 3. So frozen targets. I never play Mage, guys. I forget. So that's not chilled. What freezes you again? Fucking... it's too early in the morning. Fucking whatever. Nova is... Yeah. Nova is frozen in place. So they can Nova you. I'm just trying to think from a rogue's perspective in PvP. If Mage catches me out of stealth, they Nova me, they blink away, they get one Frostbolt in, maybe a second one, I don't know, but then they hit this just before the Nova ends, and so they've gotten, if I haven't vanished out of the Nova or whatever, or fucking shadow stepped, Actually, what's fine. But, so if they've Nova'd me, you eat the 5 seconds of Nova, whatever it is, and then they hit this for another 5. So it's theoretically like 10 seconds of incapacitation for melee a mage has got, right? Is that, yeah, Orc Rogue just got a buff with this one, right? Yeah, I actually was thinking about rolling an Orc Rogue somewhere. It's funny you say that, Crudef. If I will want to play Rogue anymore, if they've done anything for them in this preview. Fingers of Frost treats you as if you are frozen. Right, so theoretically, you could just be hitting frost bolts against anyone. You get your Fingers of Frost fucking thing go off. And you could just hit Deep Freeze at any moment if things get spicy. Oh, the Rogue's on me. That's okay. I Frostbolted him before and he's got Fingers of Frost, so I can just click, Deep Freeze, stun, 5 seconds, get away. That's pretty cool. That's very, very cool. I like that. Maybe I'll try Mage. I don't know.
Take significant damage instead. Balefire Bolt lets you live on the edge of risk and reward, dealing heavy damage.
I wasn't on YouTube. Am I not live on YouTube? Hang on 1 second. I just got to check this, Rob. I should be live on YouTube. Hang on 1 second. Let me check here. It's not work. I wouldn't be shocked. No, I'm live on YouTube. I'm there. I've got 28 people watching me on YouTube apparently. Very good. Hi guys. I wouldn't be shocked. Hi everyone. I'm live on YouTube. Okay. Let's go back to it. How many on Twitch? 34. Oh my god. What? We've got about 65 people here. Hello everyone. Fuck me dead. All right. Let's kick on.
Damage, but decreasing your spirit. If you
wait, here's the Balefire Bolt. All right, Tim, you sneaky bastard. Well, actually, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'll believe Balefire Bolt's in the game when I fucking see it. How about that? Unleash a reality distorting burst of raw damage, raw magic in your enemy. 350 to 525 each time you cast it. Yep, with the spirit, and then you die. Yep, gotcha.
Reach 0 spirit, you die. And by the way, if you're leveling a new mage, you might find this rune earlier than you expect.
I'm going to keep pausing it. I know it's fucking annoying. Sorry, guys. Hi, Cody. Hi, Raspberry. I want to interact with my chat and give you guys some love. Oh, no spoilers, Rob. No spoilers. I'm not there yet. No. Don't blow the plot of the movie for me.
Paladins. Improved Sanctuary makes you even tankier, increasing Sanctuary's damage blocked and damage dealt back to attackers.
Nobody cares about Paladins. Increase the damage prevented by a Blessing of Sanctuary by 100%. Increases damage on abilities. Increases damage prevented. So is that basically another immunity? Just let me get this straight. Did we... It's too early in the morning, guys. Did we seriously just give Paladins another immunity? Another shield? Increases the damage prevented by 100%. I'm very confused by that improved Sanctuary. Oh, no. Sorry, no, I'm with you. Like I said, it's too early in the morning. Right. So Blessing of Sanctuary takes away like a set amount of damage, and this just doubles that. It's not a shield. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Like I said, I just woke up. That's pretty cool. That's very cool, actually. I like that. Wrath. Your consecration damage can now be critical strikes, and damage from your... Oh my god, consecrate can be criticals. Damage from your exorcism, holy shock, holy wrath, and consecration spells gains additional critical strike chance equal to your melee. No! What? I don't want to fight a paladin with that. Adds their melee crit on top of their spell crit. Oh, that's so powerful. Oh my god. Exorcism, holy shock, holy wrath, and consecrate. Are we fucking serious? No, Tariak. I do not want to bite the pillow. What? So I'm just trying to think roughly in phase 3 what kind of crit chance you'd be dealing with then, because surely you'd be creeping up. Let's say you're a level 50 red paladin. Like all characters would be creeping up to around about what? Like your 17, 18 if you're in raid bis crit chance in melee. Am I about right there, guys? And then your spell crit chance, you'd be like, I don't know, what is it, fucking 10% or something? You reckon it gets as high as 20% at 50, Tariak? 20% is pretty high. I thought it was like 20% would be more what you get at like 57, 58. I don't know. I guess we got to see the gear. 25, you're drunk. Get out of here. Your rogue has over 20% crit chance at 40. What? What's going on? What am I doing wrong? I got to check my crit chance. I thought mine was only like fucking 14. Oh, you guys are drunk. You're all drunk. Everyone's saying they've got 20 now. This is insane. So then, let's say hypothetically, it's like, yeah, in a world you get like 20 odd percent, 20 to 25%. Then you get your spell crit chance on top of that. So am I dealing with a paladin now running around with like a 30 to 35% crit chance on exorcism, holy shock, holy wrath, and consecrate? Go fuck yourselves. Fuck off. Fucking paladins. I hate you. I fucking hate you, Tariak. Oh, I love you, brother.
With consecration, and applies your melee crit chance to your holy shock, holy wrath, and exorcism spells.
19. I never check my crit chance. I've got to
your
check.
mind flay ability to refresh the duration of Shadow Word Pain, while Surge of Light causes your crits to...
Mind Flay refreshes the duration of Shadow Word Pain on the target maximum duration. Okay. Critical spellcast cause your next smite or flash heal to be instant. Okay.
to make your next smite or flash heal instant cast. Rogues. Honor Among Thieves is incredibly powerful, granting you a combo point each time a party member scores a crit. It does have a short cooldown, but you'll be swimming in combo points with this rune.
I'll grant you a combo
makes
point.
It easier to keep slice and dice up by allowing eviscerate.
Cut to the chase. Your eviscerate and envenom abilities. Refresh either your slice and dice or your blade dance duration. Let me think here. So trying to give us a reason to hit eviscerate, which is good. They heard you, Ubiquitous. Your eviscerate and envenom abilities refresh either your slice and dice or your blade dance duration to its 5 point. Okay. Ubiquitous, if you're listening, what they've done here, and again, not that they listen to Countdown to Classic for when we're bitching about things, but what they've done is they've addressed a combination of your gripe and my gripe, which is you were saying eviscerate's the worst ability in the game and they need to give us a reason to press it, which is true. I was saying they need to learn that rogue tank gameplay, while it's it's a good tank now and it's functional, it is not fucking fun just refreshing blade dance and slice and dice all the time. We want to press other buttons. The tank that is just like spin the plates and keep my buffs up is boring as fuck. And if they've given us a way to somewhat passively, you know what I mean, somewhat passively refresh blade dance rather than always being like, oh, I've got to hit blade dance, is good. That's very, very good. Exactly, Squirrel. Now you're doing a bit of damage instead of refreshing blade dance. It feels fun. You get the dopamine hit when you're pressing a button that does damage, as opposed to puts the magic dancing swords around you that you take 20% less damage or whatever. So it refreshes both at once. So I'm presuming like if I hit eviscerate, that refreshes slice and dice. If I hit envenom, that refreshes blade dance or some shit like that. And what I like about it is how it reads is theoretically you could hit a one pointer on eviscerate and envenom and get the full 5 point combo benefit. So you know what I mean? So you could cheese it a little bit like that. So it's like, oh, I'll just get off I've got one combo point on this mob. I'll just use a fucking envenom here, even though, you know, it's trash or whatever, it doesn't matter. And that gives me a 30-second blade dance. Like, that'd be cool. Yeah.
And envenom to refresh it back.
If both are active, only the one with the shortest remaining duration will be refreshed. That's cool. That's cool.
Back to its max duration. Next up are shamans. When you deal melee damage, mental dexterity applies your intellect to your attack power.
I'm probably going to be rolling shaman next phase, aren't I, with what I'm about to hear. I mean, I was about to convert to Shaman anyway soon, but let's see. Dealing damage. I still want the Rogue for PvP. Dealing damage with your melee weapons increases your attack power, intellect, and spell damage. Okay, so that's the TBC one, right?
And then applies 30% of your attack power to your spells. Riptide is a fan favorite.
Hey! All right, it's finally fucking here. One of the best abilities in the game, Riptide. Thank you very much. Heals a friendly target. You next chain heal. Yep. Now you've brought some gameplay to Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman can actually like half use their brains now and have a bit of fun, rather than just being like chain heal, chain heal, chain heal. I love it. I love it. I was pretty much like no shit this week gonna get my Shaman up and running. I've been threatening it for the last 3 weeks, but like I said, IRL's been kicking my butt. The Shaman will be. There's going to be a big decision for me moving forward about whether the Rogue or the Shaman becomes the main moving into Phase 3, because like my Rogue has done all the stuff. Like my Rogue's the one that's exalted with fucking, War Song. My Rogue's the one that's got all the gear. My Rogue's the one that's done all the rep grinds and everything. My Shaman's done fucking nothing. So, not that it really matters. I don't care, but like we'll see.
That instantly heals the target for an initial amount and then heals for a similar amount over time. When you chain heal a target with Riptide active, it gets consumed to power up the chain heal. Warlocks. Pandemic makes damage over time spells even more overwhelming by letting them crit. With this rune, you can summon the iconic Felguard to supplement your stable of demon
crits on periodic damage.
Felguard is a powerful melee damage dealer capable of both tanking and dealing out serious punishment. He's not the only new demon you can summon this phase, but I'll let you discover that on your own. Warriors.
Here we go.
With Taste for Blood.
God, they need to help warriors in the fun department. Let's see what they got. Whenever your rend ability causes damage, your overpower ability will activate for 9. Whenever rend causes damage, your overpower will activate. 6-second ICD. That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I like that.
Your rend damage lets you use overpower once
really
per 6
cool.
seconds. Sword and Board gives your Devastate and Revenge.
Devastate and Revenge abilities deal damage. They have a 30% chance of refreshing the cooldown of Shield Slam and giving it to you for free. That's nice. I like that a lot. Oh. Shaman Warrior Rogue, Phase 3. Here we go. Oh, here's the problem. I knew they were going to make warriors like fun at some stage. I like that. I really want Prot Warrior to come on board. I want Shockwave so badly. I've been begging for it for 3 months. That Taste for Blood is pretty cool. So it gives you a reason to rend as a DPS warrior. And in PvP.
A chance to reset Shield Slam's cooldown.
It's all the Wrath rotations, is it?
This
Shaman's
time,
the best one.
warriors get a
So it's supposed to
bonus
nerf Shaman.
The much requested Gladiator stance.
Oh, here we go. What? Get out of the way, subtitles. An aggressive stance that increases damage while you are wearing a shield by 10% and increases block chance by 10%, but reduces armor by 30% and threat generator. Who cares about the threat? While wearing a shield in Gladiator stance, you may use all abilities that are restricted. Oh, you can use all abilities like you're just in your fuck stances. You just hit whatever buttons you got. I'm rolling warrior. Warriors are back, baby. Looks like warriors are back on the menu. That's very good. That's very good. Oh my god. Ubiquitous, the rogue, might be waving goodnight to everyone. I did want fun. That sounds fun. I feel bad. Am I going to retire my rogue? Oh, I do feel like I fucked up. I really feel like I fucked up. I remember the moment where I was like, that's it, rogue. I'm all in. I've decided finally for the first time in my life, I love this class. And then phase two happens, and I'm like, maybe I don't love this class. Oh my god, what's going on? Oh, Shaman and Warriors seem so cool. I'm going to have to level them and play them and main them.
Lets you live that Sword and Shield Gladiator fantasy. This increases your damage when wearing a shield.
By the way, sorry guys, I've never heard of Gladiator stance prior to Season of Discovery, so you guys remember, Gladiator Stance was like fucking in the news, like data mined like 2-3 months ago or whatever. I was like, oh my God, Gladiator Stance is coming to the fucking game at some point. I had never heard of Gladiator Stance prior to that because I'd quit in Kata. Don't know what happened in Kata. Well, I played like a month of Kata. Don't really know what happened in Kata. Don't know what happened in fucking MOP, WOD, whatever. So everyone's like, oh, remember Gladiator Stance? And I was like, no. And everyone was just creaming over it. So I was like, I guess it must be something that's a bit of fun and cool. That does sound very fun, and it does sound very cool, and I look forward to trying it out.
As well as letting you use abilities from other stances.
Yeah, they removed it very quickly.
This is one we've really been looking forward to bringing to the season, and we can't wait to see what warriors are able to do with it. I love watching players work together to find all the new runes each phase, and I'm looking forward to this one. Up next, Nora will join us to talk about PvP updates.
I wouldn't mind that shirt.
Hey, thanks, Matt.
What up,
My
Nora?
name's
Let's do this.
And I'm a lead software engineer on WoW Classic.
What news you got?
I'm here to talk about some of the other updates we've got coming in Phase 3, starting with
Ooh,
PvP.
PvP.
One of the things we've learned from previous phases is that PvP can be a bit rough when the only thing available is PvE gear that is generally set up with output stats rather than survivability stats.
PvP grind?
As a result, we're going to be introducing a brand new level 50 PvP set
Okay,
that requires
very cool.
ranks 5 through 7 to equip and earn.
Okay.
This is similar to the rank 10 and rank 13 PvP sets in that it's a full 6-piece set with appropriate PvP set bonuses. There will also be a starter set available from a new faction.
They needed this. It's free and easy content. That's a very smart decision. You've just added content to the game. Let's give them a PvP set to work towards. Easy done. Doesn't hurt the environment. Nobody minds. Everyone's going to applaud it. Gives them something to do. We had nothing to do in Phase 2. And this wasn't like, I'm not talking the old piss poor, oh, I played for 24 hours a day for the first 2 weeks of a phase and now I've got nothing to do complaint. Not that. There was actually nothing to do. Deleted dungeons, deleted battlegrounds. All you do is you do a bunch of STV events, which, go for half an hour every 3 hours. Do your raid and you're done. That's Phase 2. Big mistake. This is the way to fix that. I'm glad they're doing it. Give us more shit to do. Content with the capital C. Thank you very much.
Called the Emerald Wardens, but we'll go into more detail on them later on.
It's about to get
Here's a quick look at a few
spicier.
of the new PvP set items.
Yak, baby. Stop it. I'm getting all flustered here. All right. There's your Paladin shit on the left. Okay. There's your Druid shit. Wait, requires Knight. What the fuck does that mean? Class, Paladin, requires level 50, requires Knight. The fuck is a Knight? What's going on? Titillating. Oh, it's the PvP rank. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. See, this is why I love you guys. You're all over it. I thought they were like... I don't know. I don't know what I thought. I'm a fucking idiot. All right, Druid, Priest, Mage. Yep, very spicy, very cool. The sets give you plus 15 stamina and will buff your damage or your spell power, whatever. Very cool.
You'll notice that they are a bit more specialized and focused than the previous level 60
things are going to get steamy.
Each
Should I just
class will
start
have a
doing this in
variety of
advance,
sets
Cody?
available to them, such
Oh my
that
god, I'm
multiple
going to get
different
fucking...
specs or roles are
I'm going to get
covered.
reported. The
We're
stream's
also
getting
making
too
a few
spicy.
adjustments to the Blood Moon event, including
Okay.
adding brand new rewards for level 50.
Oh,
We'll
they're
also
keeping
be
it
adding
relevant.
a new currency
Okay,
for the
okay.
level 50 rewards called Massacre Coins, which you'll earn when killing higher level players
still a
in
reason
the
to do
event.
STV.
We'll be retiring the Bloodstained commendations that are currently available from the Bloodcoin vendor. Any existing commendations that you have will still function after the patch, but don't hold on to them forever. They will expire after 2 weeks.
Okay.
We think it's okay if you're able to bank these now to give you a bit of a leg up on PvP ranking at the start of the next phase, but we don't necessarily want you to be able to hoard enough coins to get you all the way up to rank 14
new
later
podcast
on
as soon
when
as we're
that
done
rank
here,
becomes
boys. Are you
available.
kidding
We'll
me?
have a new PvP honor control
Start getting your
token for
podcast,
level 50
your
as well,
podcast voices ready,
purchasable
guys. We're
with
going to
currencies.
podcast straight after
And
this.
how about some gear?
Would love to
Here
talk
are
to
a
as
few
many
the
of you
new
as I
items
can.
available via
Blood Moon updates. Corrupted Smashbringer. That's very funny. That's very good. Oh, that's so strong. Two-handed mace, 2-second stun, shaman. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, two-hander though. Bring two-hander back if it went away. Paladin, something for ST for them. A throne 5 second stun on a 5-minute cooldown. That's huge. Well, it's not a stun, it's an immobilization. Immobilizing them for 5 seconds. Okay, that's good for ranged classes. Very interesting. Or if someone's getting away, that's pretty cool. Bloodthirst crossbow. Your ranged attacks leech 5 health from targets. Okay.
For the Blood Moon event in Phase 3, do note that the Headhunter's Barbed Spear is a warrior-only weapon. We
Is the
also
DPS very
realize
low on that
ranged
crossbow?
hunters may have
I feel
felt
like-
a bit left out
isn't
last
that what
time,
they have
so
right now?
We've gone ahead and given them a
Am I
pretty
going
strong
crazy?
crossbow option in this round. Well, Phase 3 of Season of Discovery will soon be upon us, and with it comes new
Oh, yeah, the
loot,
warriors
new
would love that
opportunities
thrown
to gain
weapon, for
experience,
sure.
and new adventure. Let's take a quick look at our new PvE world event called Nightmare Incursions. Picture, if you will, the 4 emerald portals scattered across Azeroth. At this point in history, the Dragons of Nightmare, Terrar, Ysandra, Emerus, and Lethan have not yet arrived to spread their terror. However, as you approach each portal, you can't help but sense hidden danger.
Go on.
Something's not quite right. Those brave enough to enter an emerald portal will be plunged into a realm seeping with corruption and overrun with dragons, treants, and other poor souls driven mad by the corruption. But beware, not all foes are alike. Some enemies can be defeated by a single seasoned adventurer, while others are perhaps too powerful to be faced alone. Nightmare Incursions offer repeatable PvE content for levels 25 through
Oh, very smart. Very smart. Alternative to leveling the traditional way. New rep, new rewards, repeatable content for levels 25 to 50. Oh, 25 to 50, not 40 to 50. Interesting. I love it. I like it.
through 50.
I'm in.
To check it out, simply enter one of the 4 emerald portals located in Duskwood, Ashenvale, Hinterlands, or Feralis. This is a great new opportunity to earn experience, and those who choose to jump in and fight the corruption will have the chance to earn reputation with an all-new faction called the Emerald Wardens. With great danger comes great rewards. The Emerald Wardens will be very grateful for your help and will be offering a selection of choice new items to sweeten the deal. One of the cool things about Nightmare Incursions is that we plan to include some rewards at different player levels, as there will be content available for players roughly level 20 all the way to 50 across all 4 Nightmare portals. The first example is this.
My cat's trying to get in. All right, let's look at this. Trinket. Restores 150 health and mana when you kill a target that gives experience or honor. Okay.
Nightmare Siphon Trinket,
Papa,
which could be
come
really
on.
fun for low-level alts. For level 50, we have the Roar of the Dream, a somewhat unique ring that has a sizable spell damage
Ooh,
proc
that's a
on it.
big
Lastly,
finger.
we also plan to take a page from the Burning Crusade playbook and make a level 50 PvP set available at Honored with the new Emerald Wardens faction. This set isn't as powerful as some of the other PvP item rewards we plan to add this phase, but it's a good stepping stone into the better items later on. With the launch of Phase 3 comes a host
I'm not
of
sure,
interesting
Korean.
new updates to professions. Continuing on
haven't
from the
talked
first 2
about that for a
phases,
long time.
we'll be introducing a new quest chain to give players access to new nightmare armaments,
professions,
crafting
yeah.
recipes, as well as some
Epic
fun
shoulders,
things for engineering enchanting, and
braces,
alchemy.
reusable
We've
flasks.
also learned a few lessons from the previous phase of professions, so the cost to access the recipes will be essentially free in terms of raw gold, and the cost of the recipes that Ziri offers and Nomergon are going to be decreased as well, in case you want to buy additional recipes for completion.
Is that the opposite of what the economists want? Weren't the economists on the show saying we need, if anything, we need to increase the gold sinks? It'll be interesting to hear the feedback on that one.
Or you have an alt that wants to snag the recipes for themselves. We think gold sinks are important and are going to explore different ways later on to do that are not so directly.
I wouldn't count on that crew dev. I know in theory what you're saying is right, but traditionally the team has done everything they can to stop people trying to bank shit, and anything that allows you to get a ridiculous head start on day 1 of the new phase, they have generally put the kibosh on. Oh, sorry, did I miss that? Did they say you can do that? Were they like, hey, that seems weird that Blizzard would be like, hey, by the way, nerds, bank this shit up and then you'll get straight to rank 7. That seems very weird. Did they actually say that? I missed that. Like just then? Oh, they retire at week 2. All right, I'll have to go back and watch that part. We'll keep going for
on the
now.
critical path of
Papa,
gear
come
progression.
on, settle down.
Here's a quick look at a few of the crafted items you can make this phase. There are many more across various professions and for various specs and roles. As you can see, some of these items
That does
offer
seem very
interesting
strange.
new
I'm not on
on-equip
board with that
effects
if that's
which
the
are applied
case.
while you're under the influence
You want,
of the nightmare.
we want people going to
If you
battlegrounds.
prefer to stay nightmare free,
But even to rank 7, I'll have to go back and check what she said because, like I said, if you're giving players a way to skip battlegrounds for a significant chunk of time, like what's the fucking point? What are we doing? It's hard because like you want to make STV relevant still, I guess, but STV murders battlegrounds, or doesn't murder battlegrounds. It murders Arathi Basin. Papa. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, crew def. That's why I got to go back and process this a bit more and have a bit of a re-listen, because you're spot on. If that's what's been said, you get the bulk of your rep and honor from outside the battlegrounds, which again, the whole point, what I just said earlier was like, we killed battlegrounds in phase 2. Let's not make the mistake in phase 3. So let's hope that's not the case. Hey, Jimson, how you going, mate? I just invoked, well, I didn't invoke your name, but I semi-invoked your name, talking about the economists and how they're making things essentially free rather than increasing the gold sinks. No, I haven't finished it. Sorry, we're only like halfway through. I'm going really slow. Sorry, guys. Cool items here. Yep. Channels the power of the void, granting immunity to fear for 15 seconds. My undead rogue will really enjoy that. Okay.
we've got some cool new items, such as the Void-powered Slayer's Vambraces, which can grant you immunity to fear for 15 seconds. We do plan to allow you to pick up specializations this phase, as well as allow you to
Okay, we can
level
now
to
level all the way to
300 in each
300 with the
profession.
professions.
Additionally, we've added a few
And
new
profession
surprises
specializations
here.
coming in.
For example, we are adding a quest to allow you to get additional potion, elixir, and flask procs when
Very cool.
crafting those types of consumables.
Very
You'll
cool.
also have to do a little bit of legwork to unlock these things, but the benefits should be well worth it. The lion's share of our new toys involving professions specs will be coming after level 60, and we have some very cool things planned there to allow you to make the most of your professions. Well, that was a lot of updates. I hope I didn't forget anything. Josh, I'm not forgetting anything, am I?
Now that you mention it, Nora, there is one small system update you might have missed.
Man.
But first, hi, I'm Josh Greenfield, senior game producer on WoW Classic.
Hi, we've not met before.
So
How are
there's
you?
one small system change coming, and honestly, the update is so minor we almost didn't
Oh,
mention it.
fucking, here we go. I see what you're doing here. Yeah, here's the comedy routine. Let's fucking drop the hammer. All right.
Because we didn't think anyone would really care.
What's he got up his
Since we're all
sleeve?
Previewing things, we figured we might as well. So, in 1.15.2 with Phase 3, you may happen upon a dashing dwarf
Dual
from a
spec,
faraway
alright.
land that has
They
one
caved.
very special talent. That
They
he
gave
gets
the
to
people
share
what they want.
For a small fee, of course. Actually, to be a little bit more specific, he has two sets of special talents.
I honestly, I feel bad in saying that's not a jaw-dropping moment for me. It's great to hear. I'm very, very glad they did it. I just feel like it was a no-brainer. It's just one of those things, and I don't know, again, why people were like, oh, are they even going to do dual spec in Season of Discovery? It was always coming. It was just a matter of when, not if. And then it became, is it going to be level 50 or level 60? I'm far from shocked to see them... I'll fucking bet you a squillion dollars, and I'll ask them this, and they better fucking be honest with me. I'll bet you they wanted to do this at 60 and they brought it forward to 50 because of, how Phase 2 went. Hey, thanks, Jimson, for the follow. Because of how Phase 2 went, because of a little bit of dip in participation and general, the attitude of the community in Phase 2 is very different from the attitude of the community in Phase 1. So I'll bet as a reaction to that, they've brought dual spec forward to, spice up the sex life with the player base again, if you know what I mean. I reckon this was planned for 60. I'll ask them.
Like I said, we were pretty sure this wouldn't be a big deal to most players. We probably should have just left it out of the presentation entirely. So,
Oh, fuck,
with
I missed that one.
balance to share. Like I said, we were pretty sure this wouldn't be a big deal to most players. We probably should have just left it out of the presentation entirely. So, with that,
I don't
we're
get it.
approaching the home stretch, but we've got a tiny bit more to discuss, and we want to take some
kinda get
time to
it,
cover a few other miscellaneous topics, commonly asked questions, as well as a quick look at how things will start to shape up at level 60. So let's jump right into that. So the first topic here is world buffs. As with the previous phases, we'll continue to allow you to use the previous world buff up through the current max level.
Well, they
The new
need to
raid,
get one,
Sunken
Tariak.
Temple, will also include a new world buff. We'll also be making some rather powerful consumables available for exchange on a certain NPC using materials found in the Sunken Temple raid. These are spiritually similar to the Zanza elixirs that you could obtain by exchanging items found in Zul'Gurub. They're quite powerful, so you'll definitely want to bring them with you to the raid when you can. Also, as with previous phases, we did want to clarify that bankable, repeatable turn-in items will not function to allow you to level quickly from 40 to 50. We really love the preparation aspects of original WoW, and things like pre-questing are great. But being able to bank hundreds or even thousands
Yeah, same deal.
of
If
repeatable
this is
quest turn-in
surprising
items to get
anyone,
multiple
like you haven't
levels
been
right
paying
when the phase
attention.
begins, is not going to be supported in this or any phase going forward. To be clear, this includes things like Marks of Honor, Wastewander water pouches, and the troll necklaces from the Hinterlands.
I'm all
One
for
of
it,
the big
as it
lessons
should
we've
be.
learned in
Fuck
Season of
'em. I
Discovery
don't
is
like
how
the
tricky
argument
it
of
can
like
be to
let
balance
let
the level up
sweaters
journey and the outdoor world,
like
but to also
let
encourage
sweaters
players to
sweat
play multiple
to the
characters.
point that they're
It's tricky
at
to
level
manage,
cap 3
especially
seconds
against
after the next
seasonal
phase,
backdrop
phase
where
launches.
content
I'm
phases
just
are
like,
relatively short by world
I
level
understand the
first.
argument of, I'm
To
right,
help
if I
out
know
with
the
this a
game
bit,
better than you,
we
let me
introduced
be
a
me.
very
But
powerful
it's
Discoverer's
fucking
Delight
lame.
XP
It's
buff
dumb.
at
You
the
got to save
midpoint
them
of
from
phase
like,
2.
you know,
And while that was
what I
effective
find
at
fun.
increasing the
Fuck off.
speed at which
I
you
don't
could
know.
level
It's
alts,
not even
it
about
didn't
like.
really
It's not even about like the head start per se. It's just like, I don't know. It's not even an argument that really matters. But like, they're going to, those players are going to succeed anyway. I just don't see the major drama with saying to them, hey buddy, we know you love the game. We know you know it better than anyone else. We'll all fucking, you know, suck your dick. You're amazing, whatever. But just, you know, for the first day or two of the phase, we are going to curtail your fucking godly level of, you know, gamesmanship. Just so you level with your mates rather than, and have fun that way, a different kind of fun for you that you're not used to, rather than just fucking, you know, speeding to fucking cap and not really engaging with the community or the content. Like, I'm all for it.
help to reduce the fatigue that came with leveling your first main character.
Lumen,
By way of a compromise,
we'll
phase
see
3
how we go.
will
We'll start up
50%
pretty
additional
like
XP from
reasonably
all
soon.
sources
It'll be pretty
from
casual.
levels 40 to 49, and this will be active right when phase 3 goes live. This is just to give a slight nudge right away. It will still be a sizable number
Oh,
of
it
hours
says,
to
like,
hit 50,
epic-
but this will help move that
epic
along without feeling
classic
like you're
team
either just
sweater or
flying
something.
through zones or conversely in danger of running out
Oh,
of
we're
quests
keeping-
if quest.
So we're keeping Discoverer's Delight 50%. All right. You guys kind of know my feelings on that. I think it's the right call. It'll be interesting to hear. I mean,
G'day,
obviously,
mates.
we've got guys like Jimson and stuff. Paint Your Bones, thanks so much for the follow, man. Appreciate it. We've got guys like Jimson and stuff who are, you know, opposed to any form of sped up leveling in SoD. I understand it. I'm just on the opposite side of the argument. I've got no dramas with it. I just feel like oh, actually, wait. Sorry, I'm with you. Wait. Let me think. Yeah, I'm levels from level 40 onwards in vanilla WoW. I know that I'm saying we want to create content, so you would think that I'm torn here. Let me think more about this. Because part of my brain is like Alt City, good thing. Another part of my brain is like content. Like I've just talked about how we need to add content to the game, and now we've deleted some content by shortening the leveling experience. And I do remember me saying on the podcast that Ubiquitous is what you're referencing. going the first like 3 weeks of the phase at the normal leveling rate would be the way to go, and then you bring in Discoverers to light after that, so then you can work on your alts. Let me think. Which do I prefer? I mean, you just heard my knee-jerk response was good thing, because I know how, like, I just think people slightly underestimate how long 40 to 49 takes, but not that that should really matter when you need content. If you're going like, 2.5 to 3 hours per level, there's nothing wrong with a 35-hour fucking leveling journey to start the phase, because you got 10 weeks to do it. It's not. I'll push back so hard on that, Jimson. It's not the game. It's such a flawed take, in my opinion, to say leveling is the game. We all know, we've literally dissected this game to shreds over the last few years. Leveling is not the game. It is a large portion of the game, but it's not the whole game. And any suggestion that the whole game is leveling, mate, it's where all the fun is. That's wrong. There is so much endgame content in Vanilla WoW, and they're clearly bringing us so much extra endgame, quote-unquote, endgame content to do at level cap. It's abundantly clear that the whole game is not leveling. It is a large portion of the fun and the experience, but if it was the whole game, people would get to cap and stop playing. So that's number one point against that argument. I very vociferously disagree with that, as you can probably hear. I always appreciate the spirit within which comments like that are made, because it is part of it's such, like, I'm not disputing that a huge portion of the magic and nostalgia and beauty of Vanilla WoW comes through from the leveling experience. But yeah, any suggestion that it's like end game sucks, there's nothing to do with end game, you're all fuckwits for liking end game, the best part is getting from 1 to 60. There's so much more to it than that. And I'm putting words in your mouth slightly, Jimson, but that's just how I feel. It's not what you're saying. It's hard to do through Twitch chat, as you can say. I can only go by what you write there and extrapolate like a fuckwit and put words in your mouth, because that's what streamers do, because I'm a wanker. What was I going to say? I really can't decide how I feel about this. I'm really torn. I'm genuinely torn between like, oh, cool. I was going to say, as soon as I'm done with one character, I can level another. But I guess they could have achieved the same effect if you'd pretty much just brought it in after 2 or 3 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it would have hurt anyone to go slow for 2. Like we're saying, go slow for 2 weeks. It's contradictory to what I was just saying before, where I was like, stop the sweaters from sweating and force the brakes on them. And then I guess I'm hypocritically kind of applauding the opposite side of the argument with this one, where I'm like, yeah, let us go fast and level multiple alts straight away. Whereas it really doesn't hurt the game if you go slow for the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks and then apply the brakes. Oh, sorry, not the brakes, then hit the accelerator. I don't know. You could sway me back. All right. I'll go back to my original thought. I'll have to talk to you guys about this one. I'm happy to go back to my original thought and say that 2 to 3 weeks was better. I have a funny feeling they've done it just because obviously leveling quickly feels good. They want to bring back the good feels to Phase 3. I think they've done this. I do think they've done this as, again, a reaction to the reception of Phase 2. And they're like, oh, God, if people think it takes too long to level in Phase 2, imagine what they're going to say about Phase 3. And the way that people zoomed from 1 to 25 is honestly a big part of SoD's Phase 1 success. It really is, whether you guys sort of admit it or not, that the quick leveling journey in Phase 1 was part of its success. But that was still like, 20 odd hours. So wouldn't you say that 40 to 50 would be around about the same, 20 to 30 hours? I don't know. I'll have to talk to you guys about this one. You've talked me to the other side of the argument off my knee-jerk reaction of this being a good thing. Like, it's not bad, but there might have been a better option. We'll talk about that. Lessons learned: XP buffs versus adjusted leveling curve. All right, let's go through this.
You're either just a sizable number of hours to hit 50, just to some levels of compromise in Phase 3, you will earn 50% additional XP from all sources from levels 40 to 49, and this will be active right when Phase 3 goes live.
Okay.
This is just to give a slight nudge right away. It will still be a sizable number of hours to hit 50, but this will help move that along without feeling like you're either just flying through zones or conversely in danger of running out of quests if questing is your preferred leveling method. Note that the 100% buff from 1 through 39 will remain in place as well. Overall, we think that these buffs are a decent solution, but they aren't what we consider to be ideal. We're going to carry a lot of what we learned forward if we do something like this again, and maybe look at other adjustments we can make to help smooth the leveling.
All right. Jimson, I feel like you are way too dismissive, though, of the "you've done it a million times" part of the argument. I kind of, we're going to clash over that, because every time we've spoken about it, it's like, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, it's one of the best experiences in gaming. And then when it comes up that we've been playing Classic for 6 years, like I said, we played Classic, we played Season of Mastery, Season of Discovery, TBC, Wrath, all this shit. We have leveled... And yes, the bulk of the player base has leveled countless tunes over the last 6 years. At what stage is that allowed to come into the argument that maybe some of the beauty has been depleted by the amount of times we've done it over the years? I just feel like it's unfair to not have to address that elephant in the room and be like, nah, everything should be, and I'm, like I said, don't get me wrong, I'm coming around to the side of the argument that it probably should be no speed buff from 40 to 49 from the outset. But what I'm getting at is, I'm talking about speed buffs, leveling buffs holistically. Like, I don't think they are the devil in Season of Discovery. I think the one they brought in a few weeks ago was a great move, because you do have to somewhat factor that in, like maybe the players are somewhat tired of leveling characters. And it's not like, well, then you need to make it more fun to level. At a certain point, we've still leveled a million times. How long do you want to edge before you get blue balls?
Curve in general. Additionally, as with Black Fathom Deeps before, Nomergon will give a sizable amount of XP for each boss kill, so continuing to run that with your guild will be a worthwhile activity when it is available to you. On the same token, we see Nightmare Incursions as a good quick way to get a good chunk of XP if you find yourself wanting a change of pace from your normal leveling routine. There's a lot of repeatable content that gives experience there. As for the raid release and lockout schedule, we've been thinking a lot about this, and we've decided to shift Sunken Temple to a weekly lockout, and it will be available right at the release
That's
of Phase
good.
3,
Weekly lockout's
kind of similar
good
to what
news.
we did with Nomergon in Phase 2. Players will have 5 full days to hit level 50 if you want to try and get in a raid during that first
so
lockout.
doing the same thing.
And then the raid will work like any other weekly lockout, resetting on Tuesday or your normal regional lockout day. We decided to make this swap for a few reasons. First, we've gotten feedback from players saying they would like to have a bit more consistency with their raid schedule, and with the raid size going up to 20 players in this
You think
phase,
rogues will get a glow up and
long-term
actually get an
is
invite in Phase 3? We'll see.
We'll also talk about this a little bit more in the next few slides, but we're also thinking ahead to what the raiding landscape will look like once we hit level 60. that also informs this decision.
Oh man, this podcast
Lastly,
is
on
going to be big.
We will be sure we are being
We'll
generous.
podcast after this, guys. So chime in if you want to be on the show and
That's
talk
a good
about all this
segue
shit.
To talk about level 60 in game.
Oh, here we
Since
go.
we're getting
Jumping the
close to
gun.
60, we think it makes sense to dig into a few more details of
Sure.
what you can expect starting
Hit
with
me.
Phase 4. This preview is very, very early and in no way comprehensive.
And
It's
all of
just
this
meant
could
to be a
change,
minor
so don't
sneak
hold it
peek
against
at
us.
Some things we have cooking. Again, to stress that much of what you will see here is still very much in development, and some specifics could and likely will change. This is more of a look at our general thought process, rather than the actual set-in-stone plans we have. As we alluded to a few slides ago, we plan to standardize raid lockouts from level 50 and beyond to a weekly reset. This includes things like Zul'Gurub, Ruins of Anchorage, and Onyxia's Lair. We also want to ensure with our itemization updates, many of the items, even in early raids, remain relevant for a pretty good long time. Ultimately, this is a very classic approach, and many items you got, even as your pre-raid best in slot, such as the
Makes
Hand
sense.
of Justice or the Savage Gladiator chain, remained good for several tiers, and we want to carry this forward.
Okay, good stuff.
With this
That's
in mind,
fine. That's
however,
good.
we know you will likely want to run several different raids a week, but we want to avoid a situation where logistics gets messy because you have to contend with a large number of irregular, unwieldy raid lock timers. By the time Blackwing Lair is out, for example, there's going to be a large menu of relevant things to do at level 60, and being able to plan and schedule activities on a predictable cadence is going to be very important.
Yep, they've had a listen.
Last
That's
quick
good.
note on this, while Upper Blackrock Spire is technically a 10-player raid, it's never had a lockout, and that will remain true. It's essentially a 10-player dungeon,
It's a dungeon,
and will remain
yeah.
that way. So go farm those Briarwood raids.
So there you go.
Another very
UVRS will not
frequently
be
asked
the
question
level up
we've
rate or
received
whatever.
is, what about weapon skill racial bonuses? From the start, we've suggested that you shouldn't need to worry too much about things like orc and human weapon skills long term, and that you should feel good about choosing whatever race you want based on their aesthetics or other bonuses that race gets apart from weapon skill bonus.
Wait,
Every
what?
phase
Say
weapon
it again.
skills long term, and that you should feel good about worry too much weapon skill race. Another very frequently asked question we've received is, what about weapon skill racial bonuses? From the start, we've suggested that you shouldn't need to worry too much about things like orc and human weapon skills long term, and that you should feel good about choosing whatever race you want based on their aesthetics or other bonuses that race gets apart from weapon skill bonus. Every phase, we get asked for a status update on this, and we just wanted to confirm that yes, the solution is coming at level 60. At level 60, you will be able to discover a method to essentially swap in and out
Okay.
to 2 weapon skill
Customizable
bonuses
weapon
for your
skill.
character. So, for example, if I were a Troll Fury warrior and I had a mace and a dagger, I could swap my passive bonuses to +5 maces and +5 daggers. Please note that these weapon skill bonuses do not stack with each other or with a certain race's normal passive weapon skill bonus. So in the same scenario, if I were a human warrior, I already get
No
+5
stacking.
maces from
Smart.
my racial skill. So instead, I might want to use +5 bows and +5 daggers, so that maybe my bow skill had a better chance to hit if I was pulling higher level mobs.
Okay.
Just like your
Seems like
racial
a bit of
skills,
fun.
however, these passives will stack with any weapon skill you gain from items, such as Obsidian Edge Blade or Maladath Runed Blade of the Black Knight.
Weapon skill
These unlockable
slaves in
passives
shambles.
will be available right at level 60, and while there will be a short
What? But I rolled an orc just for the weapon skills. What the fuck? What is this shit? Like literally everyone, every man and his dog was saying from day one, like, roll what you want. They're going to do something about it. So yeah, if you rolled a race specifically for the weapon skill, you look like a fucking idiot right now. And quite frankly, I'm glad. Fuck it. We fucking, again, the sharps were all over this from day one. We got told, play what you want. All right, I'll play what I want then.
discovery to unlock them, everyone who wants them will have access to them early on. Continuing that line of thought, yes, priests will also be able to unlock other races' unique priest spells as well, such as
Oh, interesting.
Devouring Plague and Fear Ward. We don't want to spoil how this will work just yet, but just like weapon skills, we do get asked about this a lot and wanted to confirm that this was also coming and would be available early on at level 60. There will also be discoveries tied to accessing
Roar.
these spells as well. So this is the last big item in our level 60 preview, and
Here
we
we
think
go.
it's the most impactful,
Here
as
we
items are obviously going to be a major focus of the new level 60 endgame. We're essentially totally revamping tier sets to add multiple variants for different specs and roles that each class can fill. We don't necessarily intend to make a full set for every single niche playstyle in every raid tier, as some classes could end up with upwards of 5 to 7 sets every few months. But we do want to try and cover a lot of the major roles as well.
We're going to do half an hour on the podcast on whether it should be pronounced niche or niche. Okay? So Gren went with niche. I say niche. At least half an hour on that, okay?
Some new playstyles we've added to different classes so that most unique roles each class has access to get something cool at some point during their level 60 journey. Additionally, we plan to revamp many existing non-set dungeon and raid items at level 60, as well as adding new best-in-slot or nearly best-in-slot crafting options at 60. We think...
Wait, I sort of missed that. Most items at level 60 endgame are revamped or retuned in some way. Most items at level 60 endgame will get a fucking change. Okay.
Adding new best-in-slot or nearly best-in-slot crafting options at 60. We think there's a lot of fun and interesting things we can do with the level 60 professions and profession specialization crafts, and we plan to expand on those to keep crafting more relevant for a longer period of time. Lastly, swapping profession specializations will be easier and more flexible, but will likely have a cost associated with doing so. We're still ironing out the final design for what this will look like, but if you're familiar with how this worked in Burning Crusade,
Sure, they'll drop
that
something
might be a
big
good
for
starting
fun.
point
They'll hint
to
something
inform how this
huge
might work.
at the end,
Finally,
right?
here's a few quick examples of what potential new tier sets could look like. These are very much not finalized, so...
Okay, let's have a look. You gain 5 energy every time you parry. Blade Dance now also reduces the magic damage you take. Instead of putting the rogue into stealth, Vanish now grants 90% magic damage reduction for 5 seconds. That's cool. Interesting. Lawbringer. Holy damage of judgment. If it's crit strike. Do they need more crit? Do they? Do they really? Gives the paladin a chance on every melee hit to cause holy damage to erupt from them. Ugh. Yuck. That's gross. Increase the critical hit chance. Use duration of insect damage. Refiles damage over time. Grants you next to 10% increase damage. Ugh.
any of the stats or set bonuses could and probably will change. So first off, you'll notice we've got a tanking rogue set with a very interesting 8-piece bonus.
Oh, my panties have dropped.
Shaman and Paladin
They
set
have hit the
that
floor.
really plays up key abilities such as Exorcism and Holy Shock. Lastly, we have a Boomkin set that really leans into some of the bonuses we've recently...
You know what we've got to do, considering this is all still in development. Now is the time to start throwing in, now that you've heard they're going to make, you know, a larger palette of tier sets with, like, you know, some pretty wild set bonuses for the different fucking specs. Now's the time to start throwing out your suggestions. That'll be your countdown to classic challenge. Come on the show and come up with the best 3, 5, and 8 piece bonuses for your spec.
added to Moonkin form. Again, these are somewhat early on, rough draft versions of some of these items, but we think being able to make exciting new variations...
Yeah, I was going to say the Insect Swarm one was a bit weird.
...of these iconic item sets is very cool.
But maybe, do you do the thing, is that the old game design thing of, like, do you have to have, like, a couple of the set bonuses be not that great to make the others seem really cool? Do you know what I mean? The old, like, you got to have a shit item to make the good items look good.
And it's going to be a defining feature of the level 60 endgame. So with that, we're done with today's presentation. Thank you for bearing with us on this one.
They'll do something.
As it was a
They'll
long
do something.
one. We've had a blast on this wild season of Discovery.
Don't let me down.
With you so far, and we honestly can't wait to get
Don't
Phase
let me
3
down.
into your hands, as well as
Don't let me down.
provide a bit more information on Phase 4
Got 20 seconds.
as we start getting a little bit closer to
15.
that. As always, we want to express a heartfelt
No,
thanks from the Wild
they're not
Classic
gonna do it.
development team. Thank you for playing with us. Thank you for the feedback, and thank you for the participation in helping us develop this season. We'll see you again when Season of Discovery Phase 3 goes live shortly. Thank you again, and goodbye.
Boo earns. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very good stuff. No, I enjoyed that. Very well done. Those video presentations are really cool. They changed it up. They went with the face, front-facing presentation as opposed to just the PowerPoint slide. I liked the PowerPoint slide, but that works well as well. Okay, guys. I guess we just... Oh, fuck, what do we do here? Bear with me. Let's go like this, and then let's go like this. Okay. All right. Lots to take in. Give me 1 second, guys. We'll start up a group chat. Wait, what's going on? Why has Hunk just messaged me 4th of April? What's that about? What's going on? I'm trying to figure this shit out. Did we get a date? Is that what's being said? I'm just trying to figure this out. It does launch on the 4th of April. I'm just seeing the link now. What the fuck? It's next week. What? Holy shit. Is it really coming next week? Oh my god. And now I'm getting another message from a mate saying it's the 4th of April. That's next fucking week. Holy shitballs. What does that make it? That's I was on the show obviously going like, mate, last one was 10 weeks. This one will be 10 weeks if they've setting precedents. But now I look like the fuckwit because they've clearly broken that cycle. Not that it was as much of a cycle to begin with. All right. Phase 2 launched on, you'll have to help me out, guys. Was it the 2nd of, no, wait. Was it the 2nd of Feb? Let me just double check this. Phase 2 SoD launch February 8. Okay. So that puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. 8 weeks! They did the 8-week cycle that everyone was saying was probably for the best. Very good. Very, very good. Everyone who had a brain said 10 weeks just felt like 2 weeks too long. And we're getting an 8-week turnaround. That's good. That feels good. I was getting a little bit over phase 2. But yeah, all right. Oh, it's good. It's Good Friday. Fuck. Oh, well, you can't win them all, can you? There you go. Holy crap. All right, let's jump in. Yes, Doug. All right. Let me just Doug, what's up? He's all right. He's all right. Let's jump in chat. What are we going to do here? We're going to go podcast town hall. Start the stage. All right, guys, jump in the town hall if you want to be involved in this one. Everyone's invited. Everyone back in the pile. Let me just change my audio settings. Delete that one. And I'll turn this one up. That should do it. And we'll do this. Okay. Let's go back to Discord. Guys, everyone get in. Everyone here. How's only the 7 of you? Boys, we got 73 of you watching this stream. We got 7 people in this town hall. Come on now. Get involved. Get involved. You can just listen if you want. I'm
My
talking
children
shit.
need wine.
My children do need wine. Oh, I probably drunk. Thank you so much for the sub. I remember you from the stream the other day. Thank you, mate. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. All right, guys. So we'll do a bit of a reactionary podcast here. I'll just pull up Discord. All right. Throw your hands up. Who wants in? There's no hands. There's no hands. Oh, Tariak. Oh, Zim. Shagger. All right.
Yo.
Boys, how are we?
Not too bad. A lot to talk about.
Yeah, man. There's a lot there.
There's a fucking lot to, hey, Shagger, there's a lot to break down. Lots and lots of it. Hey, Logan, thanks so much for the sub. You're a legend. Appreciate that, mate. All right, guys. I'll just do your volume checks real quick. Tariak, can you hit me with a test?
Test 1 2.
All right, I got to turn you way up. Try again.
Test 1 2. Test.
All right. Shagger, hit me.
Hello there.
All right, all good. Zim.
Test.
All right, I'll turn you down a little bit. If anyone wants in, guys, just put your hand up and you're in. We're all very friendly here. Tariak's especially friendly, and we won't bite your heads off. If you want to talk about the Phase 3 news, you are more than welcome. I'll get CrewDef in here as well. Hey, CrewDef, how you going, mate?
Good, yourself?
Good, mate. Good. Fuck, when was the last time you were on the show?
I think the last one was the first time I was on, but I usually listen if I can. I won't be able to stay for long.
No, all good. All right, look, we might as well get started. I won't fuck around too much. I'll turn my mic down a little bit. And we'll go. All right, here we go. All right, so I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning to everyone freaking the fuck out, and for good reason. We got some Phase 3 news that was huge, very significant, and I think probably exceeded expectations. Very, very happy to hear everything that we heard. I don't even know where to start. We've just come off the live stream, and a bunch of the guys have jumped in to talk about it. Hopefully we get some more people deciding they want to say hello as well as we go along. But guys, I'll say hello to you real quick. Tariak, mate, what's going on?
What's the crack, boys?
Hey, mate. CrewDef, welcome back.
Hey, how are you?
Good, man. Shagger, welcome back.
Good evening.
And Zim, my man, what's happening?
Not much. Happy to be here, man. A lot to talk about.
That's the way. All right, let's do it, boys. Like, I literally don't know where to start. We got so much news. It really was a kind of the shot in the arm that I think we needed. The biggest part of the news, these notifications comes in, and you might hear those on the podcast for the first time, guys. Sorry about that. But you know, the biggest thing was whoever that was with the follow or the sub. Thank you so much. I just missed it. I'll come back to it. April 4 is the release date. We're getting an 8-week cycle. They obviously heard the feedback that 10 weeks was just a little bit too long, and everyone said, hey, maybe 2 weeks less next time. And that's exactly what we got. Enjoy your Good Friday release, effectively. I'm really, really shocked, and in a good way, very happily surprised to hear that news. How did you guys receive the April 4 news? What do you reckon?
It's a bit surprising right off the get-go. I expected 10 weeks, but I mean, I'm happy with it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, is anyone actually going to be bummed out by this?
Well, there were a few people that were discussing they wanted a bit more notice as usual, but I wonder if the Plunderstorm saga needed a bit of time to itself to shine, and that's why we didn't get as much of a heads up.
I'm weird. I'm going to sound like an ogre now for a second, and this is where all the guild leaders can rise up and march to my door with pitchforks and torches in hand. I've never been super duper sympathetic to the give us all the time in the world to plan our lives around every release you ever do in a video game argument. I've just been like, okay, look, I'll give you a break for an expansion release or like a new game release. Okay, cool. Like, you know, something actually massive is coming that people might want to take a few days off work for. I get it. Fuck, I take time off work for new releases. That's fine. And people need advance notice to say to the boss, hey boss, like, you know, in 6 weeks, is it possible to swing, you know, a week off work or something? And if it's only like you get told with a couple of weeks to go, you often maybe might not get the leave approved and can't do it. And now you're sitting at work while all your mates are at home, whatever, having a good time. I get that feels bad and that adults need fucking lead time. That's fine. But I personally, and please guys, yell at me if you feel I'm wrong on this one. I personally don't extend that to every release ever for the game you're playing. So like, we're talking about the Phase 3 release of Season of Discovery where you get to go from level 40 to level 50. it's not exactly ground shaking, earth shattering, change your whole life, move things around, make sure you've got time off to experience this once in a lifetime moment. I don't think the argument holds as much weight with like, how dare they only give us 10 days notice on this date? This is fucking unacceptable. And I'm sure those takes are everywhere. I just don't have as much sympathy for it. Tell me, guys, this is a classic. Am I the asshole?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. Go Shagger. Tell me why. Go into it.
Yeah, well, my take is they know, or at least they've got a date. They presume. Yeah, they probably even got a date for level 60 in mind, at least. And my question is it better for them to tell us and then, maybe 4 weeks before say, look, we got it wrong, it's a week later or it's a week earlier, or to not tell us? I think, tell us all the dates right now. Tell me when Phase 7 starts and then maybe be a week off. But
no, you can't do that. You absolutely can't do that because they would be fucking eviscerated for changing dates, and you know it, and I know it.
They're being eviscerated for not telling us the dates.
No. I completely disagree. If they threw a date out, number one, it would never happen. Number two, if they did, I guarantee you, the Classic team, if they're listening to this, would be laughing their asses off. If they threw anticipatory dates out there well in advance and gamers started circling those dates and putting in leave requests and shit around that date, and that date, even though they say, guys, this is really subject to change, please don't hold us to this, and then that date changes even by fucking 1 day, people would riot.
Oh yeah, they'd go fucking mental. I already requested it. It's an inconvenience to me now. Blizzard hates me. They all just bitch and moan like gamers do.
Changing a date would be received much worse than giving poor time.
Well, I completely disagree. But on the grand scale, I'd say, I said what I wanted to say. That's my view.
Fair enough.
It also goes hand in hand with like team. The team size is quite short typically with that in development teams anyway. You get like agile, kind of like weekly iterations, maybe bi-weekly iterations. So in those kind of like situations, you don't tend to plan out grand scale. That's more like a waterfall methodology. I know I'm getting very technical in terms of the thing, but this is something I was thinking about, how they were able to actually tap back into that lightning in the bottle from original WoW, because originally WoW was a small team. There's only a handful of people working on it, all that kind of thing. So I think that whole methodology of what they're doing, like it's kind of trying to give us as much kind of as a general picture in the future as possible, like you seen with Josh. But like right now, it's just kind of like keeping the focus to the week by week. But that's why you're seeing so many iterations and hot fixes, all that kind of stuff as well. So
all good.
Yeah, I like it.
Tariak, can I just get you to scooch a little bit closer to the mic, if that's okay, mate?
Yeah.
All good. You're just coming through a little bit low. All right, boys. Well, look, we've talked about the date. Look, you guys at home can weigh in on how you feel through the Discord on whether you think the notice was not enough or just right or whatever. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's coming, and I think it's quite the bomb to drop, and I'm very, very excited for Phase 3. But let's talk about what is actually coming in Phase 3. I think probably one of the more controversial, there was a lot of good stuff, a lot of really, really fun stuff that we're going to break down in this call, but not to get bogged down, but just while I remember, one of the more controversial things that was announced in the great video produced by the Classic team that had everyone out there front and center and giving us all the details was the moment when Agrend told us that the A leveling buff would be implemented from the get-go in Phase 3, being as soon as you log on, day 1, minute 1, we will have a 50% buff to experience rates. Now, you guys know that basically we've had a few different situations here. We started Phase 1, obviously, with no experience buff. We started Phase 2 with no experience buff. And then eventually, a few weeks ago, we got a rather massive experience buff with the Discoverer's Delight thing that everyone's using to level their alts at the moment. So that's 100% experience, I believe, that we're getting right now. And what they've decided to do is just cut that to 50 from day dot, like I say. So My knee-jerk reaction on stream was because we'd just come off having all these wild new abilities and runes get announced for all the classes, and I'm like, oh my god, I want to play warrior, I want to play shaman, I want to play rogue, this is all so fucking good. And then they hit us with the, hey, you're going to have a 50% experience buff, and I'm like, oh great, so each level won't take 3 hours from 40 to 50 or what have you, and I can feasibly get all these alts running straight away. And then chat, fair enough, jumped on me straight away and said, whoa, Josh, this, fucking might not be a great thing. Like, what happened to letting the content sort of speak for itself and enjoying the leveling experience, at least for the first couple of weeks of the phase? And I did recall, and my hypocritical self pulled me up straight away and said, yeah, hang on. Wasn't I on my own podcast about 4 or 5 weeks ago saying this seems like a really good compromise situation where you go the first 2 or 3 weeks of a phase with no leveling buff, no experience buff, and then once everyone's got their main character up and running, then you bring it in to spice up, the alt leveling life, which I do still think is probably the best way to do it. And you could see my mind change on stream as I was torn, because I was like, oh, but it's so cool because I want to level alts right away. And then the other half of my brain was like, yeah, but don't you need content in these phases, and you need to kind of extend the leveling process as much as you can, because we've got 8 weeks to get through it, and we've just been through phase 2 where we've all been fucking raid logging for the last 4 or 5 weeks or what have you, or not all of us, but me and I'm sure many other people. So why not build? We said phase 2 had no content. We need more content. So what's one way in which you build content is keep the leveling process au naturel. So I sort of found myself getting swayed to the argument that maybe this isn't the best idea. I would love to hear from you guys on it. How do you feel quickly? Zim, I'll start with you, mate. How do you feel about sort of option 1, no leveling buff, versus option 2, bring it in a few weeks in?
So I'm a little bit torn. I think with all the runes and all the new gadgets, gear, and everything like that, I think leveling is still going to go relatively faster than it did in Classic. However, the XP buffs make leveling feel a lot better than they did in Classic. So it's like every time you level a little bit faster, you hit bigger, you see more numbers as you're questing, doing those kill quests, stuff like that. It feels better and it's quicker and allows you to get to that end game content, which is the ultimate goal. Especially if it's a seasonal, 8-week long phase, it gets you more lockouts and such like that. So I totally understand that argument, but right now I'm thinking that I'm looking at the end game. So that 20-person raid. So I'm thinking it's a good thing right now.
I'm not offended either way. I'm honestly happy either way. Like I said, my initial reaction on stream was, oh, that's great. I think the best point you've raised there, Zim, and chat's bringing up as well, is the seasonal part of it. And that's something that I've leaned on, that I've brought up in the past, that many of you have brought up in the past, in that this is a limited time experience. We've effectively just been told that, hey, a phase can be 8 weeks and not 10 weeks. So we have to cast our mind to more casual players, more dad types out there with families who don't get 1 million hours a week to play. And Blizzard would have the data on who's hitting what level when and where the bulk of the player base is in their journey at certain junctures of the phase. So I would gather that this decision has not been made from, an uneducated position. They'd be completely aware of why they're doing this. So maybe that is the best argument for it, is that, like, do we, in the space, in the frame of a seasonal server where we might only be here for a year, 12 months, 15 months, 18 months, whatever it might wind up being within that time frame, it's seasonal, it's limited, it's definitely not forever. Do we kind of have to speed it up, even if it's just 50%? Do we have to speed it up a little bit to get everyone experiencing the content, and is that okay? Anyone else on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Oh, thank you. It's just I want to piggyback on the seasonal nature of things. Look, this is the second season that we've had for Classic, really. Season of Mastery had that focus on endgame, level 60 raids, new mechanics, and that was where all the new content was. So that makes sense to have an XP buff. which in fact, by the way, was only a 50% buff to quest XP, not all XP, so it was even smaller buff than we've had. But the idea was to plow through the content because everyone's done it a million times and get to where the focus of that season was, which was endgame raiding. Season of Discovery, I feel, was kind of, when we first learned about it, announced as a discovery of the world, a rediscovery of the world that we've all loved. Because we all remember that first time we've ever played World of Warcraft vanilla and discovering that entire new world was amazing, and trying to recapture that by putting new things out in the world, new discoveries, and doing it so organically that sometimes you get that moment that they talked about where you say, oh, was this actually in the game? Is this new? I can't even remember. And really leaning in that philosophy they've had with Classic, that the world is the main character. And with that, we also had class rebalancing and new abilities, and I'll call that discovering things about yourself or your class, I suppose. But I feel that with Phase 2, we've sort of gotten away from that, and we've ended up, again, where the focus is at the level cap. There was very little in Phase 2 that happened before level cap. Even most of the runes for most classes, we all got 6 new runes. I think for most classes, at least 4 were all effectively only obtainable at the level cap. New raid and PvP event, again, level cap. No real reasons to do dungeons other than that was more efficient leveling. So we end up, world of level cap raiding again, and I think that's a bit of a shame. So that's why I don't like this buff. It's not that I don't want to level fast. It's just that I feel that we're leaning away from that discovery of the world. Although saying that, they did announce that the runes should be more discoverable during the leveling process earlier rather than at the level cap of 50. So that's good. And it sounds like these new, what are they called, nightmare incursions are going to be doable from level 25 to level 50. So those are things that you can do while you're leveling in the world. So I think that's great as well. But I do think it's a bit of a shame that we're not leaning into a bit more of the leveling.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'd like to point out that 50% is a lot less than it sounds like. It's not. I mean, I think anything beyond below 200% is the same. I think even 100% is like you don't
100% feels 100% feels pretty good.
I think it's slightly it's a bit more fun if you want to progress quicker, but it's not like ridiculous. So I think 50% is. I hardly think it's worth talking about more than a few minutes. It's just sort of a gut feeling that's a bit quicker, but it's actual. We're going from what is it? I don't know. You said like 3 hours per hour to 2.5, maybe 2 hours.
2.5, 3 hours per level. Yeah,
it's not that big a difference, and I think to have a fun leveling experience means not having to level. As in, I'll explain, having maybe a max level character and doing the end game stuff, and having each character you're leveling in this and this zone, and having a leveling character 20 levels below, and having different content there. So having a diverse array of content means leveling different zones at the same time, or having end game character and leveling at the same time. And I think we really need a bit. Well, but appreciate the boost, because otherwise you're leveling all the characters that in this similar zone, or you leveling your second character when the zone you just left with your first.
I appreciate what you're saying. Having people a bit spread out is always a bit fun, but also I think your main point there is probably right, that like it's a tough one where you go, yes, a 50% leveling buff is notable. However, it's not exactly like slamming the pedal to the metal and now you're just like screaming through the content and oh my god, this flies by so quickly, what the fuck. It's 50% is not that. It's still quicker, obviously, but I think you're right, and I appreciate that, because obviously, like I'm saying, like I sort of tongue-in-cheek joke that 100% feels pretty fucking good, because 100% is incredibly noticeable. Like you do motor through the content at 100%, and like it's quick and easy to get ults up and running and all of that. But yes, 50%, I believe that was the SOM rate. I don't believe it's, some people might say it's obviously quote unquote game breaking, but I don't believe it's like obnoxiously fast. But I'm with you. Anyone else on this one?
especially because I'll just add the travel times. You don't actually gain any experience that in that way anyway. So it's basically just 40% more quicker leveling.
Yeah, I actually want to raise something that Judah brought up in the chat too. Is like from the very beginning, they did bring up that they wanted to be respectful of people's times. Like it's a seasonal server, and they also want people to be playing alts. They don't want you to have to make that decision. I know we talked about it before on the podcast of, oh man, I leveled my rogue, but rogues suck during phase 2, and now I need to play shaman, stuff like that. So they want you to be able to bring all those characters that you've worked on, you put those hours in, bring them forward with you, which I think is cool.
And the other thing is you've got to kind of, whether or not you guys agree that you need to take this into account, but you've kind of got to go to war with FOMO, with Season of Discovery. And what I mean by that is you can't have this season end and effectively, I say have it not playable again in the future, but they've hinted they might do a Season of Discovery era server, but that is a big maybe. But even if they do a Season of Discovery era server where you can go on to play Season of Discovery post its quote-unquote end date, you're still not playing with the crowd because there will be a new product to play. There'll be something new on the horizon that we'll all get caught up and fucking lose our shit over, and Season of Discovery will become yesterday's news. And so whoever's left on this SoD era server, it'll be a small server, the population won't be wild, and it just won't be anywhere near the same experience. So this is the one and only time you get to ride the wave with that huge population of players and really try all these classes and specs and have fun with everything. Because here's how I'm looking at it, is like, this is it. This is your chance. If you wanted to play Shaman Tank, do it now, not later. And so that's why they've really put the stress on, alts. We need to make it alt friendly because this isn't like your regular MMO with alts. It's seasonal. It all goes away. We don't want these guys coming up to the end of Season of Discovery and going, fuck, I never tried healing mage. What the fuck was I thinking? They're giving you every opportunity to dive in and do that. And ultimately, I am okay with that. Anyone on those points?
Yeah, I think, look, a lot of people say with the leveling buff, I want to play my alt, and that's why we need a leveling buff. I would say that, first of all, leveling your alt is playing the game on your alt. And if the Season of Discovery new content and discoveries was more focused on the leveling, you wouldn't feel that pressure to level to the level cap and experience the level cap again. And that would make the game more replayable. You'd feel less FOMO as well. So if you put those new runes and abilities as you level rather than only the level cap, you'll feel less of that pressure, I think, to get all your alts up to the max level so you can experience them at all.
Guys, let's launch into some of the content. We've got a lot to break down, so I don't want to kind of get too bogged down on any one topic because there is a lot to go through. We can always come back and be a bit more specific later on. By the way, guys, all of you in the crowd, any one of you is more than welcome to join us. You know the drill. Just right-click on your profile picture, put your hand up, and you can join us and have your say to the world about your takes on everything that got announced. Guys, I think we'd probably be remiss not to just launch into the next big thing, which was the confirmation that, hey, guess what? Who could have guessed, as they joked, Sunken Temple is the level up raid for Phase 3. Like I said on the stream, all the sharps were all over this. I was still hearing a bunch of people throwing out there up until, just a few days ago, it could be Moradon, it could be BRD. No, it was always going to be Sunken Temple. It is Sunken Temple. It's all locked in. I have no fucking drama whatsoever with Sunken Temple being the raid. It does very much so carry on the theme of, giving a bit of a shot in the arm to dungeon content that maybe didn't get as much love from vanilla players or, classic players while we were doing it, relatively recently in the years that have gone by. How do you guys feel about Sunken Temple being the choice?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I think it's ideal. I think the class quests just invite content. It's fantastic. So,
where's getting that flask?
Well, hopefully not.
Well, it'll be. You'd think it'd be an updated diamond flask, wouldn't you? Then they said everything might get a bit of a glow up in ST.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like Shaka was saying, I think it's a pretty good choice. I think Moradon would have been like similar to what like Ultimate is now in phase 2, or even BRD, similar to what Ultimate is now in phase 2. So I think it was a solid choice right there on that 50 mark.
Yeah, and I think the level mark was a huge part of it. That's why when people were sort of throwing out BRD, I was like, mate, first and foremost, think of the level range in there. Like I don't think it quite adds up.
Well, then again, Gnomeregan doesn't really add up in that aspect either.
Doesn't Gnomeregan sort of stretch to the late 30s or not?
It's like 28 to 32, like.
Yeah, like 28, 34.
Oh, okay. No, that's a fair
weird
point.
range there.
No, you're right.
Yeah, they pushed it a bit.
I'm the tool.
I was expecting for phase 2 Ultimate to be the raid, but
right.
they teased Gnomer, and I was like, well, I mean, it's definitely unique. Just trying to, humble rogues, I guess.
It's also, it's a sizable raid. We're going to 20 players. We're going to 7-day lockouts, which I know a lot of people are very, very relieved about. I am very relieved. I had beers with a few guildies over the weekend. Fucking turned into a big night. But one of the things we said earlier in the day was that how tired we all really were getting and how much it was sort of starting to weigh on us with these 3-day lockouts. And I know it's been a talking point ever since phase 1, but I think with the passage of time and with more and more months going by where we've had to do twice a week, it just started to feel kind of like work. And the fun factor was being removed a little bit, I think, for most of us with the 2 times a week with the raids. And I said to the guys, and I think a lot of you might agree with this, I said the only fucking reason I am willingly and, somewhat happily signing up to 2 raids a week is because they take an hour. If these raids took any longer than a fucking hour, you wouldn't catch me anywhere near 2 times a week raiding. But now that the raids maybe, who knows, if it is a little bit longer, going to once a week, you had to do it. I'm glad it's here now rather than level 60. The fatigue was getting real. Do you guys sort of relate to that or not so much? You might have been having a great time with the 3-day lockouts.
I relate to it. I mean, just keeping track of the 3 days was annoying. I know there's a website that we use, my guild uses just to help us out with that. But I think this is kind of coming because I think everybody kind of expected the week lockout in phase 2.
Yeah, it was weird because the precedent, as in the 20-man guild runs 20-man raids from Classic, as in the AQ20 and Zogrup, were actually on a 3-day lockout. So the precedent was to stay where they were. But yeah, I'm glad. I think this is good. Though I'm kind of going back on what you said, it's good that it's an hour and 3 days. I hope this also is now.
Oh no, so do I. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not like praying for epically long raids. If again, in the seasonal, the seasonal nature of the thing and the season of dads and being respectful of everyone who, fuck, I've only got an hour to raid because I've got 2 kids that I'm trying to get to sleep or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I would be more than welcoming of another just like hour odd long raid. I think is fine. But Gecko, g'day mate. I'll throw it over to you. How you going?
Yeah, doing well, Josh.
That's the way, mate.
I agree that it was getting pretty tiring doing 3-day lockouts. Just speaking from my own experience, we have 2 raid teams and we have fixed days, so we weren't doing it on reset, but it was turning out to be most of the lockouts that we were raiding anyway. And I think it is high time that we get 1 week lockouts for sure.
Absolutely. And it seemed to be, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, the Classic team seemed to say that moving forward, this will be the norm. That I can't remember for sure, but did they basically have the funeral for any form of 3-day lockout in the game? I don't know if they, when referencing things like, ZG or whatever, I think they said week long for everything moving forward, or am I wrong?
Yeah, they said Molten Core, which was also 20-man, is staying with a week, and they mentioned Zul'Gurub.
Yeah.
Didn't mention AQ, but why shouldn't it?
Yeah, and they said they didn't want us, which is a really fair point to make. They didn't want us playing diary organizer and having this ridiculous, just dog's breakfast of raid lockouts to organize all over the place, going, oh, fuck, well, I've got, a day and a half left on ZG and, 1 day left on the level up raid and a week left on this one. They just want to make everything relatively uniform, and I think that's a smart decision moving forward.
What about Onyxia? Yeah, did they say every raid's going to be a week lockout?
I feel like
Yes,
they
I
did.
was just going to say that. Yes, exactly.
Because she's going to have to drop more scales.
Well, no, they've said they're going to drastically alter the drops to make sure that the 1 week thing, factors in for the fact that you're only doing it once a week and you need more gear. Which I've got no drama with as well. If you go to ZG and all of a sudden it's raining loot because it's a 1 week lockout, like whatever. Now, guys, where shall we go next? Like I said, there is so much to discuss.
Is it niche or niche?
Oh, that was the major controversy from the video. So a Gren gets up there and says niche, which some people say. I say niche. Where do you guys fall on this argument?
I think it's niche. I think it comes from the French word, and that's my first language. So
yeah, the etymology would be French, so that leans me towards that direction for sure. Let's say anyone on this podcast right now says niche. No. All right, we got 6 niches and 0 niches. Take that, Agrend.
I think a better question is it cash or cache?
Oh, I said cache for so long, but now I say cache because I think cache is correct. I don't know.
It is. I think it is cache.
Yeah.
So it must be niche.
The question is, are any of us actually American?
No.
I'm American.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
Zim, sorry, of course.
So do you say niche or niche?
I say niche.
There you go.
Okay, well, good old boy.
Take that, Agrend. Fuck ya. All right. Get fucked, Agrend. Guys, let's move on to probably the next big one, which I think is worth bringing up to the forefront of the chat, is these, what were they called? The nightmare somethings, the incursions?
Yeah, nightmare incursions.
What do you guys reckon of this? This is a brand new thing that they're doing with basically as an alternative to leveling. Once again, addressing people's concerns that everything is just dungeon spam, blah, 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 blah. We're sick of questing, whatever the fucking argument might be. They're trying to bring in alternative ways to get to cap. And we have been told that there will be portals around the world, maybe in areas where you might be used to seeing the emerald dragons or what have you. Even though the dragons won't be around, these portals will be around, and you can walk through the portals to some nightmarish version of the landscape and fight, enemies and corrupted whatever's in this place and earn a new reputation. Maybe get some new items and, more importantly, just, put a fresh coat of paint on the leveling experience. What did you guys make of this news? I thought I don't see how it's a loss.
Oh, it's such a cool idea, I think, but it left me with more questions. Like, is it going to be a day lockout? Can you enter them once? Is it going to be instanced, or can lots of people just portal through and everyone's there? Is it going to be similar to the Wrath events where you earned all those items and you had all the undead crystals and whatnot? Is it going to be similar to that? Is it going to be like the delves that are coming in the War Within? All these questions that I'm just left with.
I would think it's just like walking through, like you just walk through the portal and you're effectively like, I don't know whether you're taken to an instance. It would have to be an instance version of something, wouldn't it? Or maybe not. I don't know.
Well, they mentioned that it should be content for characters of any level. So the question is it an area where there's content for 25 and content for level 40 and level 50?
Yeah, fair point. They said from 25 to
whatever
49.
level you are, that's the level the content is.
Right. Yeah, so they said you can go in these things from level 25 and there will be content there for level 25. So this is...
I mean, is it like go left for 25, go straight ahead for 40, go right for 50?
Yeah. I know what you mean. I think it's cool that they've spread out the content, that there's going to be a little something for everyone, but also they did say there are going to be some bosses in there that or mobs that you will need a group for, but also maybe some that you think you'll need a group for, but you'll find that you probably can take down solo, which is interesting. You just want to hope. I mean, again, just in the name of adding content that Phase 2 was quite light on, you just hope that the reputation that comes along with it has some fucking cool items on it that you'd actually want. Give not only a new leveling experience, but give max level players a fucking reason to be there as well, so they're not raid logging. I think would be a good thing, and I would expect that. What do you guys think? Are you happy for it just to be a leveling thing, or would you rather, have it be something you're constantly interacting with?
Yeah, both would be ideal, I think.
Absolutely.
It's an interesting concept because I don't fully understand how it works. But just another way to get gear, it can't be a bad thing. Like more content to get gear, like we're seeing with the PvP items getting added, all that kind of thing. I can't really have any complaints. Because, like, for me, right at the moment, it's like just when you think you're in the NBA with SoD, they go Globetrotter, and then they start, like, adding in a new thing like this, and it's like, oh, Jesus,
Mates, let's move on to, what's another big one, guys?
PvP, I guess.
PvP. The tier sets. Brand new level 50 tier sets. I love this. I love everything about it. Like I said, I was really all set to, and I'll probably still record it. I was all set to put the boot into Phase 2 and say, look, this phase, for various reasons, some outside of the classic team's control, because they're working on a shitload of things, has been incredibly light on content. It has already, particularly with the announcement of what's to come in Phase 3, I feel like Phase 2 has, is going to turn effectively into the redheaded stepchild of Season of Discovery. And maybe it is the case that one of the phases just had to suffer while they're busy building Kata, busy building, level 60 content for SoD and all this other shit that's going on. We needed more content and a PvP grind, or new rewards for the end of your PvP. PvP grind was always going to be there anyway. Get up to rank 7 or what have you, but now have new rewards to push for, I think is fantastic. Were you guys particularly surprised? I'll start actually with our new person here, Gypso. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey man, thanks so much for joining. What were your thoughts on the level 50 PvP set?
I'm actually really excited. I think that, everyone has been saying that PvP has been bursty. And I think that when we saw the adjustments to... Sorry, a little nervous.
No, you're okay. Sorry, mate. That's my fault. I threw you in the deep end. I should have buttered you up a little bit first. Mate,
No, it's all right. So they at the beginning of the Phase 2, they made all the adjustments to the gear. And if you saw it, they added a bunch of spell power to all these items, and all it did is just removed all the stamina from all the pieces. And even some of the items that were like this for PvP, especially for casters, that had like 20 stamina on it. I think was off of it was like the last boss of RFD. So I think that this is kind of their way to kind of fix that issue that I think that really they kind of created a little bit.
Well, yeah, one of my big complaints was, how, and everyone knows this, like I said, number one, dungeons were basically deleted from Phase 2. There was no reason to go to dungeons. And then battlegrounds were deleted in Phase 2. There was no reason to go to battlegrounds. We all did, the most of us did Warsong in Phase 1. And then we go, oh, we'll do Arathi in Phase 2. Jokes, don't have to go to Arathi. Just do the STV event and Bob's your uncle. Okay. It's all been a bit weird. So I was looking forward to PvP and battlegrounds becoming a bit more of a thing in Phase 3. But one little point of contention with this is I think it's fantastic that they're bringing in new PvP tier sets. Like you say, it's fantastic that this also might go hand in hand with addressing the burstiness issue. Although I must say it's one of those things where as soon as you put some stam gear on in Phase 2, you really did notice a difference, and I think people just need to wear more stam. But if these tier sets,
address that issue for people, that's great. Okay, PvP will become, the fights are still very quick, and we're not used to them being this quick, but hopefully this addresses that issue a little bit further. However, on top of that, when I was on stream, I might have missed this in the moment, but they said that they're keeping the STV event relevant in the next phase, and that's fine. That's cool. No dramas with that. It's just sort of how they're going to roll it out. And if the STV event is allowed to live on whilst continuing to murder Battleground participation, that's a fucking problem. And I think they said, I think you guys will catch me on this, that you could still build up whatever currency it is that you get from the STV event for the first 2 weeks of the next phase, bank it all up, cash it in, get to rank 7, and then they won't work. So maybe rank 7 to rank 8, you've actually got to go to Battlegrounds or whatever. But I think, and my stream, and I was trying to work this out with my stream, I'm like, are they trying to tell us that the classic team, who's so against getting a head start at the start of a phase in terms of leveling, is now going to let us just build up all these items and just cash in? And so, rank 6, rank 7, or rank 5, whatever it is, rank 5, 6, 7, whatever it is, we're rank 5 now. So rank 5, rank 6, we hardly knew ye, and just blow through those. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Tell me if I'm getting this wrong, guys. What was your interpretation? Gecko, did you hear all of this stuff?
I wasn't sure what they meant when they said 2 weeks. If it's you've already turned it in before the phase drops and then you've got those 2 weeks to spend it, I don't think you can get it anymore once the phase drops.
Well, that said the currency won't work after 2 weeks. Like, it no longer does what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, so at the moment you turn silver coins in for either AB rep or honor, right? Yeah. I haven't actually done it myself.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so my understanding of it was that you can still turn silver coins in now, but once phase 3 drops, you won't be able to do that for honor.
I just have to jump in on one comment there. We'll get the guys to talk about this, but Hans, I must admit, I disagree in terms of, I don't think, now, separate issue on the fun factor of the STV event, but if you're saying that people aren't queuing for Battlegrounds makes it obvious that the STV event is more fun, I very much so disagree with that contention, because what actually drives where the players go is the efficiency of the grind, the min-max factor. So players aren't going to AB, like, they're not skipping AB because STV is more fun. They're doing STV because it's far quicker to get your rep through STV. Do you guys agree with that or disagree?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that you get rep and honor quicker, I think.
100%.
I just don't see people going into AB anymore. People are not doing AB unless they're diehard AB fans.
No, I miss it. And that's why I get bent out of shape about the STV event when I talk about it, because I really, like, every time I mention it, I picture the personification of the STV event standing over Arathi Basin with the bloody knife in hand, having literally just committed bloody murder. Like, Arathi is fucking dead, and everyone knows it because of STV. Not because STV is this 10 out of 10 wild, oh my god, they built the best PvP world experience of all time, but because it is so rewarding in terms of reputation over the usual AB grind. But anyway,
absolutely, and if you factor in the weekly Ashen Veil quest, that'll get everyone Warsaw Gulch exalted in in was it 20 weeks total or something like that. But obviously, you can accelerate that. But there'll be very little reason to step into Battlegrounds in phase 3.
Well, so that's the thing. So if it is the case that we can bank STV coins and just rip through, like, you can start banking them now, right now. You've got, obviously we said the phase launches on the 4th of April. So you've got fucking 8 or 9 days or whatever to bank all of these coins. Then phase 3 drops and you have a 2-week timer now to just fucking make it rain. You're in the fucking PvP strip club, just tossing coins out there, going honor, 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 because you did all the work beforehand. And it really is. You never stepped foot in a battleground to get through rank 5 and rank 6. But it stops you at phase 7 and it's like, not so fast. We're going to make you do 1 rank in battlegrounds. I personally still find that really fucked. And I'm happy for people to call in and say, Josh, you're wrong. This is amazing for reason X, Y, Z. But again, like one of the bigger complaints about phase 2 is nobody's doing battlegrounds anymore. And now we've given the bulk of the ranking grind away to ST. I get that you have to keep that you want to keep STV relevant. I'm just not sure that this was the way to do it. And I guess the great comeback and the valid comeback from the classic team would be, well, what's your fucking idea, egghead? You know, I don't have one. I'm sorry, but
okay, I'll give you a provocative question.
Okay.
Isn't it PvP either way? Why is BGs better than STV?
Well, it's not so much. It's not a question of being better, in my opinion. It's a question of having options. Like, why we shouldn't be deleting content from the game. There is literally zero reason to go to Arathi Basin because you can get to Exalted through this STV turn-in. So we deleted content from the game in a season where we should be adding it.
Oh, we replace content.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair to say. But
why don't they just? I think one thing they could do is for the STV event, just cap how many marks you can buy, per week or something like that. Just elongate the like. Hey, you can do STV and you can turn in this many marks. For
maybe STVs every 6 hours now.
Yeah, just
I do feel
or just
like
take the fucking honor token out of the vendor, whatever.
I do feel like I might have like more of a casual view on like how honor has been working with the STV event, because I feel like the only way you can really get honor is through the cashing in coins for the little like some type of item, and so me trying to get this really cool raptor that they showed off, and I've been trying to get a couple alts up. I don't really get to do a bunch of STV events, and I might not be the general public, but like I'm actually kind of honor starved. I feel like my ranks haven't gone up at all throughout all of phase 2 because all I've been doing is just trying to get my one character that I wanted to get the raptor. And I'm just sitting at 80 coins right now. So it's funny hearing it from the other side.
Well, but the coins do, like I've not cashed them in for honor myself, but the coins do reward honor, right?
Yeah, so you can
turn in 25 and get 250.
Right. So like I guess the possible counter argument to what I'm saying, when I'm saying like, why are we deleting Battlegrounds? There's no reason to go to Battlegrounds. The counter argument is, Josh, dickhead, you go there for honor. Like you will have to go from rank 7 to rank 8 or whatever, or, maybe the honor from the coins isn't that great that you're not just going to be able to do the STV event ad nauseum. I'm not sure. I don't remember what honor they grant. I thought it was like a decent chunk to the point that you could grind the STV event, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's just 250.
250 honor. Okay, so it's fuck all.
For 25 copper coins, though. So
copper coins.
Yeah.
So it is a good turnaround rate.
Oh yeah, it's the best honor per hour in the game.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, there you go. So then my point is still kind of valid. Okay, I don't know.
Gigantor says it's 50 copper, but either way, it's still very good.
Right.
But yes, exactly. The problem is you could stack these right now, and on day 1 of phase 3, turn them all in, and then have enough honor to reach rank 7 the following week immediately.
Yeah. So I wonder how many coins it would take to do that.
Yeah, I haven't done the math. It's quite a bit.
Isn't there like a cap, as in how much honor you can get per week?
Yeah, there's still you'll still be able to go from rank 5 to 7.
Yeah, you can still go nuts. I'm pretty sure, but
I think it'll be 110,000 honor or something like that.
Oh, interesting. Anyway,
and so I'll just add to that what's particularly sad is that that'll give you access to that new 6-piece rank 7 PvP set. That's going to be great. But they've also said that the Nightmare Incursions will give you access to a sort of entry level PvP set that's like not the best, but something to get you into PvP. But if getting rank 7 is sort of trivialized, then that makes all that a bit invalidated as well. You're deleting content that's not even out yet.
Oh, okay. So it'll be do your Nightmare Incursions, get your entry level PvP gear, and then do your rank 7 to rank 8 grind in the BG to then get your rank 8 PvP set or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Well, we shall see. We shall see. It's. I'm just at the end of the day, I'm glad they brought in a new tier set, but I'm very worried about this clutching onto STV thing. I'm just like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm frankly, I'm very confused about STV in general. I'm not sure how I feel about. I when it first came out, I was on the podcast, week 2 of Season of Discovery Phase 2, saying this event is so fun. I love it. It's great. It's wild. It's wacky. It's weird. Just get involved. I've now spent 6 more weeks with it or whatever, and I'm very confused about whether I like this thing or not. It is so unique. It's so different to the usual PvP I engage with. I'm not like 100% on board, but it has been wacky. And like, it's a lot more fun when you're not min-maxing coins, when you're just a group of 5 roaming around STV, trying to pick off groups of other 5 players. That's very fun. But it's whether or not it turns out that way is the determining factor of whether or not the event will be quote unquote fun for you. I don't know. Either way, we'll move on, guys. Wait, we've got some napkin math coming in. Breaking news, Crude F. Is that right?
Yeah, so if it is 110,000 honor, which I think I looked up earlier to get from 5 to 7 in 1 week, so 250 honors per commendation at 50 copper each, that'd be 22,000 copper coins or 220 silver coins.
Okay, so that feels reasonably grindable.
If you're a mage, you can do that in a day, but yeah.
It's half that, Gigantor says.
Oh, so it's half that. Okay, so I was right. It was 25 copper, not 50. So it's 110 silver coins. So roughly only 10 more than a mount.
Stance, you'd have to let me know. I'm not sure what I've said that amounts to classic expectations that I'm forcing on the seasonal server. I'm not sure what point I made that you mean. Because if you're saying they should be pushing us away from Battlegrounds, and that's a good thing for a seasonal server, and like I say, if you're saying like, oh, you're trying to play like Classic and do Battlegrounds, I disagree with that take, because again, like, I appreciate that your point in theory, but one of your big rules has got to be you don't delete content. Like, you don't just, and particularly when there's not that much PvP content in the game to begin with, you don't delete that. So I think I agree with you. Absolutely, we should be trying new things and playing the game, quote unquote, a different way. But you don't also do that by just like, there is a PvP community that adores Battlegrounds, and they had that literally like stripped from them in Phase 2. So I don't think sort of cheering that on and being like, yeah, we're doing things differently now, that did not like that. What was I going to say? Guys, any other big universal news before we get to classes? I feel like there was so much that was said. What stood out to you guys, like non-class category?
Dual spec?
Oh, dual spec, of course. Fuck, here it is. Now, look, I said on the stream that this one was a foregone conclusion at some stage of Season of Discovery. They hinted at it when the game was announced. And again, I never understand why this happens. They literally told us it was going to be coming, and people, like, because it was a little bit vague, we've had to deal with players for the last 3 months going like, oh, do you really think they're going to give us dual spec? It's not confirmed. Geez, I don't know if it's coming. It was fucking always coming. It was just a matter of when, not if. So my conspiracy theory, not that it's that much of a conspiracy theory, is I think dual spec was moved up the production line a little bit. I suspect this was something they wanted to do at 60, but because of how Phase 2 went and how everyone's kind of been, feeling and vibing through Phase 2, I've just got a funny feeling we had, the spicy sauce brought forward a few months, and they've gone, fine, here's your dual spec at level 50. I'm all for it. I think it's great. I can't, in the looking at this thing through the prism of a seasonal server, I can't imagine anyone being genuinely upset that this is being brought to the game. Now, I don't want to shit on anyone on this call that might feel that way, but I would be shocked if there is a player out there going, fuck this is fucking vanilla WoW, fuck off with your retail dual specs. Like, I just haven't seen those opinions floating around the traps. But guys, shout me down. Is anyone here, I don't want to, you're not going to be fucking, demonized for thinking this. Is anyone here against this decision? No, crickets. Okay, just as I thought.
What's funny is I saw how much it costs, and it's only 50 gold. That's what I thought it's only 50 gold? I thought it was going to be more, which, I guess I'm happy that it's only going to be 50 gold, but I thought it was going to be like a gold stink, and so I thought it was going to be 100, 150, 200 gold or something like that.
Yeah, I was expecting like 200 gold, but I guess, maybe 200 gold is a bit excessive for the dads, but like, it's funny because we had a podcast recently with the economists who listen to the show, and they were like, look, as strange as this sounds, the theory suggests that if we want to fight inflation and whatnot and any kind of gold issues, even within the prism of a seasonal server, it's probably for the best if you actually lean into these gold sinks and make things cost more. And we were talking about things like the Nomragon recipes and blah, blah, blah. And when you do gold sinks in this game, make them a little bit punishing because that's what the economy will need. Everything that we heard from Blizzard in this announcement in terms of money went the exact opposite way, where we got told, hey, all your profession shit in Phase 3 is basically going to be free. Hey, dual spec, 50 gold. So I'm dying to hear from the economy guys on what their reaction is to all this news. But for now, we'll leave that to one side and just talk about dual spec as it is. Does anyone, real quick, does anyone go along with my conspiracy theory that this might have been planned for 60 but brought forward?
I don't think it was.
No, Gecko?
I always thought it was coming with Phase 3. With
okay,
level 50.
why Phase 3 for you?
It's kind of a happy medium.
Right.
They weren't going to wait till end game. They weren't going to stretch it out. They weren't going to tease us at the announcement at BlizzCon last year and then wait till Phase 4. I just felt that the way that this whole thing was planned out, the way the whole thing was going, I don't know, it was my theory and just a theory, right? They could have brought it Phase 4.
In saying that,
if it was planned from the beginning, I don't understand why wait at all. If it's a boundary, you're uncertain if you want to go over, then make your decision and then go for it. So give it a 25 or even 40. So if it was planned in any way at all, then just why wait at all? And I think the gold cost is probably just related to the respec costs being really low as well. So it just wouldn't make sense. It was like 1,000 gold if you can respec for 50 silver.
No, fair enough. That's all fair enough. Anyone else? Well, let's ask the question. You guys make good points. I'm probably way off on that one. Because I'm sitting here now looking at the calendar going, all right, well, if we did another 8 weeks and Phase 4 started on the 30th of May, that'd be 6 months after SoD launch. Then, if by my suggestion, 6 months after SoD launch was the plan to bring in dual spec on, a 12 to 15 month server or whatever, it does actually sound like a little bit of a long time to wait. So maybe they didn't plan it that way. Who knows? There's only one way to find out. I'll have to ask them.
Actually, if you want to have leveling matter more, then you want dual spec to be there from the beginning because you want people to spec healer and tank for dungeons and all that stuff, and then go back to leveling. But what I was trying to get at, I think you might actually be right. I just think it was a stupid idea to wait. I think they might have wanted to wait till 60. It's just being not very smart.
Fair enough.
Well, from my perspective.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, you were just mentioning dates earlier on. You mentioned Phase 3 starting on Good Friday. That's actually not true. Good Friday's this week. And
Oh, is it? I've got no idea. I'm useless.
yeah,
I'm
it's all
a
right.
fucking horrible Catholic. All right.
Yeah, going straight to hell, Josh.
Straight to hell. That's it. Straight to hell. To the old straight to jail fucking meme.
Well,
all right.
you know what?
Yeah.
Good Friday being this week means that we all get this Friday off and then next Friday off.
Oh, exactly. Put your days off in. Boys, on the old, we've had one spec, yes, but what about second spec? I'm happy they've done it. Like I said, I can't really envision anyone, and I don't want to shit on people's points, but like I haven't seen it, and I can't think of anyone seriously saying without it being a troll job that this is a horrible decision for Season of Discovery. Is there any fucking argument out there that this is bad?
No. I think being able to change runes but not spec is just, it's not neither here nor there. So where's the point of me being able to change my runes to tank if I can't change my talents to tank or whatever the case is, right? Says, yeah.
Well, as Ubiquitous is saying in chat, it does of course depend on the restrictions. Like there are ways to make dual spec horrible. I get that. Like, I can change mid combat and fucking I don't know. You know what I mean? But I mean, if we get dual spec as we know it, I think the community generally has been okay with it as it is. I mean, everyone's cheering, right?
Yes.
That's it. I don't know how much further the conversation can go. Dual spec is thumbs up. There you go. Seasonal server, fucking do it. And I can't see even the classic Andys when referring to Season of Discovery saying this is disgusting, this goes against everything vanilla WoW is about. I just, like I said, it's seasonal, it's different, it's wild, it's wacky. It obviously goes hand in hand with something like this. I think it's fine. Now, yeah, I mean, as Hans is bringing up, the fucking respec cost was 1 gold anyway. It was far from prohibitive to very quickly and easily change roles. It was just slightly annoying that you had to go back to town. So, like, we haven't had dual spec, but it was pretty fucking easy to change spec. So, SoD has had some of that flavor already. It's a very good point to raise. Now, guys, what's next? What other massive things have I've already forgotten everything from the video, and I watched it fucking an hour ago. What else have I forgotten? Out before we get to the classes.
Well, in terms of PvP still, they've said that there'll be level 50 rewards for the STV event. So that means we're not getting a sort of world PvP event. We're just reusing STV at level 50, and there'll be
That's right. Yeah.
New level rewards.
That's right. Yeah, we touched on the new tier sets for PvP. That will be cool, and through like STV and everything. Very cool. Was there any other PvE? It's really just PvE wise. It was just the incursions. I can't really think of. Yeah, we talked about the PvP set from the PvE event. We did that one. I think it might actually be time to get to the classes. I think we've run out of stuff, have we?
What about Sunken Temple itself? Have you said much about it?
Not too much. So expand on it. Why? I mean, we just said, we expected it to be Sunken Temple, but we didn't really talk about any of the specifics within it. So launch us off, Gecko.
Well, what's going to change? Because the order that they announced the bosses in is different to the order that you would normally do Sunken Temple in. So that makes me wonder what they're changing. And also, I want to know why people didn't run Sunken Temple much. It was a great instance.
I think I was going to say the length, but I think it probably takes just as long to do as a bunch of the other instances that we, typically do.
Well, bear in mind as well, you have to do the whole balcony thing. So you have to clear all the trash there. You're going around the circle, then
the whole circle. Yeah.
So that's one area that I'm glad they done that. I also like the Shaman twist because I thought it was going to be something got to do with the undead or plague land. So I like the fact they're bringing in the dragon king and the trolls. But yeah, I like a lengthy one, and I'm also, like I said, I like not having to do all those balconies because they were paying the fucking bollocks.
Getting to the entrance was also always sucked ass. Similar to Moradon, you just have to truck a long way to actually get to the portal, which dumb. But I mean, like in BFD, there'll probably be some skip for it. So, I mean, that was one reason why people didn't do it. That's because it just took ages to get there.
Similar to Nomergon, they're gonna need to be somewhat conscious of how they tell people where to go in this raid a little bit. You know how Nomergon, they have like the little electric fences in certain parts, because if they had everything open, people would be just running around getting lost, or they'd be doing a lot of backtracking. And it's kind of the same thing in Sunken Temple. And they mentioned Jamal the Prophet, and it's like that one's in one of those dead ends. So you're going to be going and farming a bunch of trash, going all the way to the end and killing Jamal the Prophet, and then walking back through this empty pathway. So is there going to be a lot of like kind of dead time throughout this raid? Are you just kind of like walking around, backtracking through all the dead trash that you've killed?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, are they going to make it a more linear dungeon, or are they going to leave it all wonky, up and down, do the rain, all that shit, do that again? But the way going back to the start of like the succession of bosses, I think it seems like it'll be a little bit more linear.
That might be easier for pug groups as well. Which brings me to, I guess, another thing we talked about is the difficulty level of Sunken Temple. Because Nomerground, I think most people agree, was quite easy. I've done it with a couple of different guild groups, and we breezed through it. Although every time I've pugged it, it's been a nightmare. I think I pugged it 6 or 7 times and only got to the last boss twice and only beat it once. It's like it's a disaster. These raids seem to be designed to, at least Nomer is very designed as a mechanics raid. As long as you do the mechanics, your DPS doesn't matter. Eventually, you'll beat it. But I've actually found that to be more difficult for pugs who are just unable to do the mechanics. Whereas if it was a DPS check, eventually they would have enough gear to just out gear it. But what do you guys think?
I prefer the simpler mechanics, but like having bosses that hit like trucks. Do you know what I'm saying? Like where, like Brutalis or Brutalor Lashlayer in Blackwing Lair is a good example as well, where you just smash the tanks, because the tank parses at the moment are taking the piss, because it's like you're getting judged off that to join a pug based on the parse, but the top parses are all wearing two-handed crowd pummers. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you kind of want the bosses to hit that hard, where it's like if a tank's not in the shield, they're not going to have a good time, kind of thing. Particularly if pugs are using the parses system kind of thing for tanks, at least anyway. But yeah, like that's one thing that where I think like mechanics don't really have to be that like wacky or crazy. It's just like harder hitting bosses, kind of things, like more punishing things like that kind of thing,
I liked how they made mechanics matter in Nomergan. If you didn't do electrocutioner right, you could fry your whole team. If you ran under the bomb towers, if you kited the boss under the bomb towers, you could, explode 3 bombs at once, sort of thing. So mechanics did matter, and I thought that was good, the way that they implemented it.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that Sunken Temple has, is most bosses are pretty boring. Not much. I mean, the dragons, yes, they spit in the cone in front of them. Jamal,
that'll all be, everything will be changed.
Mind control.
But this will all be changed.
But they'll definitely do something, just like they did in Gnome.
Yeah. I think Ubiquitous raises a good point as well, just on the layout and the walking around and getting around factor in Sunken Temple. I think it is a fair point to say, like, the player base did, for the most part, happily backtrack through MC for many, many years, sort of winding around and going back and retracing your steps never seemed to be much of an issue for the classic player base in the past, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
My experience in Classic with Sunken Temple was someone always knew the combination, so it was like I knew the way. It's like within the years that we did Classic, I maybe got lost there once.
I can guarantee you that person was never me. I never knew.
Well, I just remembered like the first 3 of the combination, and then we just guessed the rest.
Hey, Arcos, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to turn you down. 1 second, brother. Mate, how are you? What's going on?
I don't fucking know.
Are you shit-faced?
No. I have a sore throat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really confused by everything that's happened today. And
Which part of it was confusing? What's going on?
well, firstly, it's just the short notice for me. Like for some people, it's a longer notice than they would want. They'd probably want it like launching midnight tonight. I feel it's a little bit short, giving you 10 days.
You're the person I need to grill on this one, Arcos, because I was just on the stream saying, like, look, the argument you're making is fine. Like, I get it. I'm sympathetic towards it when we're talking about big launch days. Hey, here's a new expansion. Hey, here's, a new game, something fucking really significant. Oh, I want to know in advance, get the guild together, whatever. And I get that generally, guilds have wanted heads up for phases, like, over time. But I'm still like, with SoD, I'm like, it's just, we're going from level 40 to level 50. How much notice did you need? Like, what is this ruined with only the 10 days notice?
Well, for probably 98% of the player base, it's not. I would.
Yeah, but even for the sweaters, let's say you're the best fucking gamer alive. No one plays SoD better than you. For you, what has it ruined?
If you're going for progress rankings, you would ideally want a little bit more time, just to make sure everyone has time of work, make sure everyone can go for a 24-hour run if needed. Everyone has gotten their IRL sorted.
So outside, that's obviously the easy one. The day off work is the easy one. Outside of that, because is there an argument that there's a shitload of in-game preparation I want to make that I can't make now, outside of, oh fuck, I've got to tell my boss I want the day off and I've only got 10 days to do it?
Well, kind of and kind of not. Like, it depends where you are in your planning. Like, if we take, for example, who's been competing for the quote-unquote world first for Gnomerican and PFT, take those guilds, they'll have been preparing the entire phase because they were absolutely sure that they would be doing it again for the next phase, right? So for them, it's probably not that big of a deal. Like, they will have had their plans made before. Where it becomes a bit of an issue is regarding rerolls. Like, you might have wanted a few people to swap to mages and have 2 mages ready or whatever, and they might not have the gear that they would have otherwise because they'll lose a couple of perhaps Gnomer resets. There are very minuscule things for most people that they wouldn't really think about.
But are they larger issues for, like, I know you say like these aren't issues that the casual needs to concern themselves with, but even if you are a min-maxer, the things that you've just described, on a scale of 1 to 10, how cataclysmic are those problems?
You can't say for everyone. Like, it entirely depends on your group and where they are in their planning. Some servers will have way more hardcore people on it. For example, in EU, all the hardcore guilds, or most of them, are on one server. Most of them have done their planning for a few weeks now, at least. But if you're going for server first on, Crusader Strike EU, which has a very low population, you might not have been planning for the last 2 months, right? So in that regard, for those people, it's a little bit shitty. But then for anyone who works in a job where you need to give a long notice for PTO, it's also shit. Doesn't matter if you're min-maxing or not.
But as I'm saying, again, I'm the last person to to give any shit to people who take days off work for MMO things, because I fucking do it. I took 6 weeks off work for fucking Classic release in 2019. I regularly take, 3, 4, 5 days off for things I want to take off. So I respect, this isn't a shot at those people because fucking brother, I'm one of you. But my big thing is, and I'm sorry, I sound like I'm using you like a punching bag, Arcos, but it's only because I know you can take it. I guess, and this is why there's a difference between me, the fucking loser casual, versus the min-max crowd, is I just can't fully wrap my head around how punishing the 48-hour, or like, you know, having to work on Thursday and Friday, how punishing that is to the mad sweat lord who's going to be level 50 in 3.5 seconds anyway. You know, to be like, oh, I had 16 less hours of potential playtime than some of my guildies. This phase is half ruined for me. I didn't get to burst out of the gates and do what? Like, you have to explain to me why the 2 days at work is so burdensome when you've got that weekend coming up where they're gonna not sleep for 2 days anyway and do everything they want to do. I probably sound exceptionally, you know, naive when I say that, but I'm really trying to wrap my head around the true nature of the hamstringing that's coming on for the min-max crowd.
It's like 99% of it. It's just going for progress. Right? Like if you want to get server first, you want as much lead up time. You want as much time.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. I'm sorry. So for the raiders going for world first, I get it. Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
it doesn't
sense.
have to be world first. It can be server first as well. It can be region ranking. Like there are realistically there's only like maybe 3 guilds or groups that will get world first. Like one of them will get it. If you're not in one of those guilds, you might be going for like Alliance first on fucking EU.
Yeah.
Or like Alliance third on EU, or just server first for you. Like it can be another progress goal than just world first. Yeah. If you're in that camp, you want as much lead time as you possibly can, just to make sure that everything, like nothing, something goes wrong. Like something always goes wrong, and you want as much time to prepare for whatever the fuck goes wrong, right?
No, that makes more sense. Thank you for explaining that calmly to me when you could have just called me a fuckwit and been justified. But like that makes much more sense. So I'll give you.
You're still a fuckwit.
Yeah,
that goes without saying.
I know. But I'll give you half credit. I'll give you half credit for that one because you are right. If you are in a guild, and you're right, it's fair to say, like, you don't have to have world first aspirations. Some guilds just gauge themselves by being the best that they can be and going for a server first, or even just, you know, taking it down as quickly as possible, even if they're not server first. I respect that. But as chat is saying, and chat's going to be coming after you, Arcos, and as you're well used to, the listeners will be coming after you because they might say and agree with me that is a valid concern for those players. However, are we really going to sit here and, you know, have a really decent go at Blizzard for a decision that screws less than 0.5% of the player base?
No, not really. Like, I think I've always said that I don't want them to balance everything around like, the top 1%. I want them to make the game good for like the median player. The top 1% will just figure their own shit out by themselves.
Yeah.
But I also think giving... Sorry, I'll finish quickly. But giving 14 days instead of 10 is not that big of a deal for the other 99.9%, I feel like.
Right. Yeah, my question is, I alluded it to earlier. Do we really think they made up their mind 12 hours ago? I mean, it's like... You must have known earlier than now.
At this point.
No, I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, so I just don't get it. So tell us as soon as you know.
I think that is a fair point, Shagger. The thing they would have been, I'll tell you why it's happened. And you're right to say that. Like these guys fucking knew the date, you know, they knew the date 2 weeks ago, let's say, you know what I mean, or whatever. I'll tell you why we're just finding out now, and it's just the little thing called the news cycle. You know, Plunderstorm came out 10 days ago or whatever. You want to own the news cycle, and this goes for whatever you're fucking doing, whatever product you're selling or company you're running in life. Dominate the conversation at all times. The Plunderstorm chat, they burst out of the gate with that 10 days ago. Not that it was necessarily petering down, but now you get to throw more coals on the fire and go, hey, you like Plunderstorm? Well, now guess what else is coming? Fucking Phase 3 Season of Discovery. And then you get all the buzz about that going for the next 10 days or 20 days or whatever it might be. And then you come out with your War Within update or whatever the fuck it might be. So, like, I I appreciate that they're trying to give us news in piecemeal fashion and not just drop it all at the one time. But I do know what you mean in that it feels bad when they knew this date was locked in stone 2 weeks ago, more than likely, and you hear nothing. I get what you mean.
It really didn't feel like Blizzard at the end of Phase 1 liked what the players were doing with stacking up honor tokens and stacking up boxes, and I think that was from them knowing a lot ahead of time when the next phase was, and I think maybe this is also another preventative that they might have had to be able to kind of curb that, is just kind of saying like, all right, the phase is going to be next week, sorry.
Yeah, but this isn't the first time they did that. I mean, okay, Phase 2 seemed to be like a couple of weeks more, but at least in Wrath Classic, there were instances of phases coming like in a few days. So it's not like the first time, and probably not the last time then either.
Guys, we'll move on. We'll get to the classes, I think, because I think that's pretty much all the news that's not class related, right? Surely we've done it. Have we gone through it all?
There's the level 60 preview about the changes.
Yeah.
A few little things just quickly. They're
Sure.
going to add different tier sets for different specs. And they've talked about revamping the itemization for all the pre-bis dungeons, basically. And basically all level 60 content will be re-itemized, but some favorites, they said, will still be bis and may even be bis for more than one phase, like Savage Gladiator Chain and Hand of Justice were the two examples.
Which I'm a fan of, and they have been hinting at this, that level 60 itemization is going to get a really good look at, and that tier sets we're going to get a really good look at. This is not the first we've heard of this, but to see it actually come into effect is really fantastic. And it's funny, Crudef, the thing you said at the end there was actually the part that I kind of appreciated the most, because like we know, the Classic team is still trying to, as wild and new and insane as the changes are in Season of Discovery, they are still trying to be somewhat guided by things that did work in vanilla, and having items that you earn in an earlier tier still be relevant or best in slot or whatever for a considerable amount of time is very classic. And I'm glad that they're kind of leaning into that, so that it's like, when you get that Hodge drop as soon as you ding 60 or whatever, you go like, oh my God, I'm going to have this for 6 months. This is fucking amazing, or whatever it might be, if you know what I mean. I think that's a good thing. Do you guys agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree completely. I think it's fun, and it makes previous raids feel relevant. Makes the rewards feel bigger. It feels like you're not starting from scratch every patch. I know some people like to be able to come and play what the current phase is and not feel like they're at a big disadvantage. But I think as long as there's enough of these good items from previous tiers, then there'll always be people running those earlier raids or dungeons.
Especially for me, that kind of indicates that there's not going to be too much of gear inflation, as in, they're just buffing everything. If Savage Gladiator chain is supposed to be good for a few phases, then everything else can't be much better.
Yeah, that's the good point. We have noticed with Phase 2, the gear inflation really slowed down, and it'll probably be the same with Phase 5, given now what we know of their item previews and even what they've said about the level 60 gear. I think we're really seeing that taper off a little bit, that gear inflation.
Alrighty. What else did they say about the level 60 preview? I'm trying to remember.
I was really happy to hear that BRD is staying as a dungeon. I think that was like one of the biggest wins that I don't know if is that big of a deal for a lot of you guys, but if I think back to when I was a warrior in 2019, I spent so much time in BRD. There was so much content, and it wasn't a heroic plus BRD. It was just me constantly back going, getting those SGC farms. And so I was like, if they had made that a raid, it felt like it would have been a big cut. So much content. So I'm happy that wasn't a level 60 raid. It wasn't the level 50 raid. We're just keeping it as BRD, something you can just farm as much as you want. Go for it.
I must admit, I was really taken aback by the amount of people that were saying, oh, I hope BRD is the level up raid, or let's give BRD some kind of glow up in Season of Discovery. And I'm like, BRD didn't need a fucking glow up. It's already epic. It's the most epic fucking dungeon ever made. Like, I really got sort of my feathers all ruffled out of shape when I heard those points come up. Like, let's jazz up BRD. Like, mate, there's fucking other dungeons that need the love, not BRD. Trust me. So I'm 100% with you, Cody.
Yeah.
I just didn't get it. But like, I'm just thinking that one of the things I said on stream while I was watching the video today was that, like, I really hoped that they were going to address, there were two major concerns for me in Phase 2 of Season of Discovery, and I've already touched on one, being the deletion of Battlegrounds effectively. But the other point, which is probably the more important point, was also the sort of pseudo-deletion of dungeons as well. And people are going to go like, mate, I had to go to Alderman to get a piece or two. And it's like, we all know what I'm talking about. It wasn't the fucking same. No one was doing dungeons in Phase 2 once you hit level 40. And it really was sad that the contrast between Phase 1 and Phase 2 in terms of, people still running fucking Wailing Caverns all the time for your Leggings of the Fang, people consistently running Shadowfang Keep, blah, 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 blah. Once you hit 40 in Phase 2, fucking people just weren't interested because we had no reason to be interested. And it made me really sad because, again, we've just gotten rid of content for no reason. It seems to be the case that they have lent into this whole, look, we are going to be updating items. I really hope, I was half expecting, because of the survey that came out the other day, some wild announcement about Titan Rune dungeons or some shit in Season of Discovery in a way to jazz up the dungeon experience. But we didn't get that. We just got these constant references to, hey, items might be changing, blah, blah, blah. And I do hope that, the items are changed to an extent that we do want to repeatedly do dungeon content that's not just your level up raid in Sunken Temple at level 50. I'll be fucking heartbroken if we get in there and find out that there really is, this thing got +2 agility. Who gives a fuck? That there just is no reason to do fucking dungeons. Do you guys, when you hear that, how do you feel?
I kind of had a similar feeling where it was just kind of like you were just either raiding when you get to max level kind of thing. Like that whole kind of like what you were saying earlier when you're watching the video, where it's like you want that kind of dungeons, PvP, whatever. I
want content. I don't feel like I'm asking much. I want content.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that whole aspect. But it doesn't really need to take much though. Do you know what I mean? Just like some sort of reason to be in that zone. And like I said, we'll see how the Emerald Dream stuff is. It looks kind of like an open world dungeon almost kind of thing, or something like that. Right. But we'll have to see,
Yeah, I'd say it depends how they do it. Like in Wrath, I think the Titan Rune dungeons were well received. It is nice that the dungeon content is still relevant, but even with the changes, it's still, you're just farming it for a currency to buy an item off a vendor. It's not that exciting, although it does allow you to buy like previous tiers, items that you miss. So it's a bit of a catch up, I suppose. If they did it for SoD, I wonder, maybe having some of the lower level dungeons have a max level version. Maybe that could be interesting. But again, do you do that just for the previs, or do you come up with a new version again every time there's a phase? That seems a bit tedious to me. Unless they do a rotation, so they pick like 3 or 4 lower level dungeons, make a max level for level 60, and then when you're at, say, phase 2 of level 60, the next tier you pick another 3 dungeons to make relevant for that phase. A bit of a rotation like that could be potentially interesting.
Yeah, I hope these Nightmare Incursions turn out really well. I mean, the one thing I'd boil it down to, in my opinion, is Phase 2 was just missing a fun reason to log in. Like, I'll get into eventually, but like, I've been raid logging for the last month in Phase 2. I've kind of felt bad about it, but like, I can't blame the game too much because I've been so busy IRL. But like, I still feel that Phase 2 lacked a fun reason to log in, that didn't feel like a chore. And game designers have that horrible job of having to balance, like, when they're designing content from MMO, it's like, we need to give people a reason to want to log in without it feeling like a job. We can't go full, retail like BFA Shadowland style and make it fucking such a chore that if you don't log in, you feel really bad because you fucking missed out on things that the game is requiring you to do or else. But then you don't want to go the opposite direction and have all this content that fucking means nothing. You need to find that happy medium spot of like, look, I could log on and play WoW today. I don't have to, but I want to because it's fun. That's what you need. And Phase 2 didn't have that, in my humble opinion. So hopefully Phase 3 is chock-a-block full of that. And I think the Nightmare Incursions and, PvP tier sets and whatnot is a fucking good start. So we shall see. Looking for fun per second. Exactly, Zim. Exactly.
I mean, it would have been fun if Stranglethorn Veil wasn't just a lag fiasco, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair,
half the phase it was fucking unplayable.
I can't relate. Unfortunately, it was mostly fine on OCE. The second week on the OCE server, we did get the lag and the insane 1.5 second delay and shit, and it was weird. But then it went away because OCE or whatever. But yeah, I can imagine it's been fucking weird on the really populated servers.
It was good. It was good for a while, and then just something changed, and it was just a lag fest for a couple of weeks, unplayable.
Ale, I knew you'd raise that. I knew someone would raise it. I should have said it myself. They designed the Blood Moon event, and I know the Classic team, if they were listening in, would be like, hey, dickhead, we literally made a fucking huge world PvP event for you. How is that not content? You're saying there's nothing fun to log in and do? We gave you something every 3 hours. Shut the fuck up, you Australian loser. That would be a fair thing to say. Like I said about 45 minutes ago on the show, is like, I feel very weird about Blood Moon. Over time, it's been such a roller coaster of emotions for me. I'm up on it. I'm down on it. It hasn't pushed me to log in personally. I've not been having much fun with Blood Moon over the last month. But like that is just me. I know a lot of people that love it, and so I'm not going to sit here and dunk on it and be like, every fucking player hates Blood Moon, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not even saying that I hate Blood Moon. I'm confused about Blood Moon. I don't know if I like it or not. It's been an odd experience. I loved it when I podcasted about it at the start of the phase. The first week with it was a lot of fun. Then I've had 6 more weeks with it, and I'm kind of like, oh, yeah, I do have fun sometimes. Then other times I have horrible experiences. I'm not really sure how I go with this one. So Blood Moon hasn't pushed or compelled me to log in any way, shape, or form. So that's all I can really say on it. That's just me. Guys, let's do the classes. Let's fucking get into it. We won't spend too long on each class. We'll just try and do the highlights. Tariak, we'll start with you. We won't go full monologue style here, but are you happy with what they announced for Paladins?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I initially thought that the second round, the one where Consecration crits, and you get like the crit turned into the thing, I thought that was just the bait and switch, and that was going to be Avengers, Avenging Wrath, which is like the wings. So again, I'm pleasantly surprised about it because, it'd be interesting to test it out. Is it like, does it like double, or is it just 150%? But having that, and like you were saying, I think on the, earlier on as well, with the amount of crit that you're going to have at max level, it's going to be some serious spells critting at least.
Yeah, is red back on the menu?
Well, yeah, like the fact that like they have all this like shotgun and stuff kind of at the side to help out a lot of the threat for tanking. It also kind of brings in a lot of the spelling stuff as well. Because like that was kind of a spec more so for the private servers, because when Classic Era came out, there was a lot of like restrictions and internal cooldowns on like Shadow Wall and kind of different spell scales, all that kind of thing. But it definitely seems as though like Ret has a lot more to explore with, because even looking through the top Ret parses, it almost seems like every single one of them has a different rotation. They're either seal twisting different or they're not seal twisting at all. So there's a lot of variance there already. And like I said, with Ret and its off itself, they like minor buffs where it's like we're changing the interaction between this seal and this, which like everyone else is kind of glosses over, but as a paladin it's like, oh shit, this is like a 10% damage increase because of the way mechanics work, all that kind of thing. So like I said, paladins just enjoying their best lives right now. It's just like the meme with the smile, where it's like everyone else like cross-faced about something, where paladins are just like there like, with the wings like slowly falling down from heaven kind of thing, you know.
So do I need to be afraid of paladins again in PvP because I wasn't in phase 2?
Well, like the other thing as well is just inherently getting 10 extra talent points starts to open up the wreck bomb builds to a lot more kind of like versatility, all that kind of thing, and by extension going to level 62. So you don't really see a lot of that in the PvP now, but having that with all this kind of this spice with the crit being added in and all that kind of stuff, it's going to get very, very spicy.
Fair enough. Mates, I mean, obviously it's just a preview. There's going to be runes that we haven't seen come into the game. I'm just happy to hear that you're happy, Tariak, and I don't want a world where paladins are kicking ass in PvP again, but I'm afraid I'm kind of bracing for it.
Spoken like a true warrior.
All right, Cody, what do you play?
I play few, but my hunter is my main.
Your hunter's your main.
Yeah.
Very. Are you happy as a hunter
yeah.
from what you saw?
I mean, hunters are cautiously optimistic at all times. I think right now. I mean, I'm not complaining being a melee hunter right now because that's what I need to be. You know, it does a lot of damage. I'm not going to complain. I would love to be a ranged hunter, actually. You know, I'm hoping for runes that actually affect stuff like aim shot or scatter shot or true shot aura or something that is directly related to marksman. You know, the one that is called focus fire doesn't specifically say it's about. Oh, it does affect. Now the ranged attack speed does affect. Okay, all right. I did just see it is your ranged attack speed. Okay, so it could be good for ranged hunters. All right, I'm just hoping. Yeah, all right.
Speaking of that, so I'm. Are you finished? Sorry.
No, go for it.
Yes. So the other rune, the trap one with a lock and load, it kind of makes me sort of wonder on principle, is that something we want to follow up on, as in, you know, having several runes working in synergy? Because it basically, quote unquote, forces you to have the trap launcher rune as well. And it's like, okay, is that good that we have several runes that work together, or is it bad because, you know, we don't have all of the choices?
It's a good question. It is a good question.
There's been a lot of mana conservation we've been seeing in a lot of stuff too, and they give us that trinket about mana conservation, and it seems odd because we also got that Viper thing, the aura that I shouldn't be saying this, but it should be nerfed. It is too good. It's as if you're drinking level 60 water with a 10% decrease to your damage in combat. And I feel like it's almost too good, and there's no reason to like play around your mana at all.
Exactly.
And
we've got lots of mana regen, and now for one, we don't actually need it.
So it's kind of odd that they're putting like mana regen in runes.
Well, they must be the design ethos must be make it more like a kata hunter effectively and get rid of mana and lean into, like, you know, just being able to effectively spam abilities. Anything else from what you've seen, or are you guys you positive looking forward? I mean, I think it looks all right.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm always excited. Hunter always does good. It just depends on which tree you're going to use.
Very good.
Yeah. The one with the beast with the frenzy stacks. I'm just reminded a bit of how warlocks with conflag work. That, you know, using something up. You know, so you lose the stacks and get something else instead. In the case of warlocks with conflag, it's actually not worth it to use conflag to get rid of emulation, even if you're reapplying it afterwards. It's sort of taking something away. Often doesn't really work out, except if it's like really powerful.
Just while I remember, I want to take us on a huge detour because I forgot to mention this. So we'll get to another class soon, but I need to touch on the weapon skill announcement as well. I've just remembered from the level 60 preview. Guys, they've confirmed something that they've really like more than hinted at the whole time through SoD, which was like, hey, dickheads, play the race you like because weapon skill's not going to be a thing. We'll take care of it. And, you know, they came out and announced, yeah, you're going to be able to customize your weapon skill effectively. You will get to pick 2 weapon skills that you want to bump up to +5, no matter what race you are. It's all super easy. And I mean, from watching chat when this was announced, I didn't see anyone that was against it. I've got no dramas with it. And, you know, I took Blizzard's advice. I played the races I want to fucking play because they look cool or I like their other racial abilities or what have you. I didn't give a fuck about weapon skill. And I guess the kind of thing is now that, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys did it, but like you would be somewhat pointing and laughing at the people that did roll for weapon skill because now there might be a little bit of egg on the face when it's going to be inconsequential. And the same for priests with the racials as well. Priests will be able to pick what fucking racials they want as opposed to having, you know, race-specific priest abilities, which is really interesting too. What was your... I might throw it to someone we haven't heard from for a while here. Let me see. Let's go. Zim. What was your reaction to this one?
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. Say it again.
No, you're right. What was your reaction to the weapon skill announcement at 60?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as they said, hey, don't worry about weapon skill, we're going to, you know, fix that with professions and add in other gear and stuff like that. I was like, oh, cool. I'm not playing an orc, you know, or, you know, I followed their advice but that's not saying much because even in classic, I was like, I guess I'm just going to farm edge masters. So I play whatever class I like and I just kind of make it work.
Yeah, it slightly made me wonder, okay, is it good? Because as you said yourself, we knew this, they told us before, and I was just sort of checking myself. I knew before. What did literally everybody know before? And I'm not
everybody, but the people who, you know, the whatever percentage of the player base that it is that listens to fucking podcasts and reads the Reddit and whatnot were clued in.
Yeah, but that's like 10%.
Yeah, well, let's go 20.
I think you're making a bigger deal out of it than it is.
I'm not making a big... What do you mean? Who's making a big deal out of it?
You.
Me?
It's not as big a deal for half the population as it is for the other one.
What do you mean?
You always want to go orc anyway if you're on Horde because of Blood Fury. It has nothing to do with weapon skill. It's only Alliance who kind of care. You might go Gnome or you might go...
Well, yeah, what about, as Ubiquitous is saying, what about the people that picked a fucking human warrior only to now be like, oh, fuck?
They would be now, oh, fuck, for PvP. Yeah, you would want to be a dwarf.
They're still the happiest they could be because humans are pretty.
It only really matters for Alliance. It doesn't really matter for like a Horde because you want to go orc for DPS anyway. Right. Now you can just be an orc with swords.
So you're saying remove weapon skill from orcs and they're still the best choice regardless. So the people who picked an orc are still laughing.
If you gave every race +5 to every weapon skill,
right?
If you were Horde, you'd still pick orc because of their other racial, which is it's attack power. If I recall correctly,
right?
The Alliance has no offensive racial that you would pick like this. It's mostly just PvP racials with Gnome and Dwarf.
So it's mostly Alliance melee related, right?
Alliance melee for PvP purposes.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean for PvP.
Because the gnomes, they get another PvP trinket, like they can get out of traps.
Oh, that's yeah.
But like, you would pick, right? And Dwarf has one that gives a little bit of armor and removes poison, which is good against the rogue. It's not good for anything raid related, or it doesn't increase your DPS output. Like it doesn't help you in raid unless there's a freeze mechanic that you can get out of.
Right. None of the Alliance races have anything
more
beneficial.
DPS. Yeah.
You're saying none of the Alliance races have anything huge in raid?
No.
Right. Okay, I'm with you now.
Like there's niche stuff, like if there's a root in the raid, like a gnome can get out of it, but you can also just tell your like 15 priests to fucking dispel you.
No, that's fair. Sorry, I wasn't understanding, but I understand now.
Yep.
You are right to once again call me a cockhead. I'm getting fucking hammered by Arcos this episode.
It's
I love
so
it.
good.
I'm actually mildly turned on. This is fantastic. Mate,
we can make premium OnlyFans content.
with just you just verbally giving it to me. Fucking stop. We'll get subscribers instantly. Boys, let's go off of that now that we've talked about it and go back. Should we leave? Yeah, give us the room, Crew Def. Let's go back to the classes. Let's say... Oh, Arcos, are you sticking with the warrior?
That's a loaded question right there.
Oh, God. Well, what are you leaning towards?
I'm playing priest mostly.
Outside of planning on shield bashing me, are you going to be shield bashing anything in phase 3?
I probably level my priest first because that's what the guild needs.
Right.
Then I'm not sure. Like I will level my warrior for sure. I will raid on it. Probably not as my main kind of raid character though.
Now, quick tangent. I have to ask this because people will hate me for asking this, but just give me 2-second answer on this one, Arcos. When you say the guild needs you to play priest, I'm not even sure if you like priest. Is there a part of you, there must be some small part of you that surely wants, is there a little Arcos inside all of us that wants to bust out and say, hey, fuck you, I'm going to play what I want to play and find a guild that lets me do that, as opposed to needing to fucking sweat it up and play a class you don't like just for the guild's purposes?
No, I'm the GM, so I set the rules and then I have to follow them.
Oh, it's your guild. Oh, you're the problem then.
Yeah.
I was gonna start a hashtag free Arcos campaign, but now we can't.
No.
All right.
No. It's like if you're a one class person, no problem. Just play where you're welcome on that class forever without any thought to anything else. No hate to people who want to play that way. I don't. I want to play a different way, so you do what you need to do.
Oh, I love it. I know it's not like this, but
I'm trying to make that sound as less passive aggressive as I possibly can.
No, I appreciate that. I was going to say I'm trying to picture the raids with your guild, and like, does someone if someone laughs, do they get yelled at and tossed out of the raid?
No. Of course not. We have a maximum fun per second, always.
Very good, mate. Back to whether you want to talk about priest or warrior, which whatever. I'll for the first time in your WoW career, I'll let you choose the class. What do you want to talk about that we haven't heard about yet?
I don't really care about the classes at all. Okay. Well, we can talk about Shaman if you want, because that's...
All right, fucking everyone will light up now. Zim will light up. Fred Munro, his pants just grew tight. Let's talk about Shaman. Everyone's going nuts. What's the story?
Yesterday I made a mage, and you know that I hate mages, but mages are good. But Shaman is just fucking busted. Like the Shaman needs fucking changes.
Well, this is a longer conversation.
We don't need any changes. All right, we're just going to solo all of phase 3 and have a great time.
Yeah.
This is the longer conversation that we meant to podcast last week, and I legitimately just completely forgot. I ended the stream and I was like, was there something I was supposed to do? Was there something I left behind? If it was important, you would have remembered it. And it was the whole podcasting thing that I do. Shaman and the state they are in right now was a really interesting conversation that I wanted to have, and we might have to have the 2 to 3 minute version of it now, but it is interesting to see, of all things, Shaman just being besides themselves about phase 3, ecstatic about the runes that were announced and them just licking their lips going, fuck, so let me get this straight. We were, easily overpowered in the most, desirable class in phase 2 for the whole fucking phase, and we've been sitting here bracing for a nerf this whole time. Now we're being told that not only are we not getting a nerf, we're getting even better. Like, Shaman are just swimming in good news right now. So Zim, I might turn to you just real quick. Like, a question I've sort of been asking people off podcast is like, do you think it's fair? But like, do you think it's fair that so many other classes have been hit with the nerf bat pretty quickly, as we expected, quick changes, some balance coming through. But Shaman, for, going on 7 weeks now, laughing up a storm in SoD. I mean, is it fair? How do you feel about it?
So if this is their time to, be creative and whatnot, I think they're just giving Shaman here's a taste of the classic warrior experience. Enjoy some overpoweredness. You could be the cream of the crop for a bit. I think there will be a change after or even during the 50 bracket, but I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it while I can. I mean, how just with those 2 newer runes announced, if I just ran those, I can just be enhancement and just tank everything I wanted. And PvP, it'd be like, all right, I'm going to be a brick wall. It's going to be great.
Oh, just to add in, sorry, this is a good thing to get you on, Zim, as well. Like, Ale, I hear what you're saying, but I disagree. I don't think Shaman were under the radar in Phase 1. Everyone was early on Shaman on the podcast going, Shaman are fucking amazing. Oh my God. And everyone started rolling one in Phase 1.
Well, yeah, that was for tanking. That just damage.
Yeah, the thing that changed was everything. Yeah, and PvP.
Yeah, exactly. So tanking, that's one thing, which is great. That's a whole nother viable spec.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is still phenomenal, right? But in Phase 2, you're starting to see a lot more Warlock tanks, even Rogue tanks come online. Warriors are still up there, and I think Shaman tanks are still out there, but you don't hear about a whole lot of it anymore. You're starting to see enhancement Shamans take off because it's fun to see all the numbers on the screen. And then you can still have that 2-handed option if you really wanted to. And even Elemental is online now too.
And I love the thing that makes me want to play Enhanced, and I do have an Enhanced Shaman, but it's only level 33 or some shit. But the thing that I love is that they still made Enhanced super fun with a bunch of buttons to press, but not the ridiculous amount of buttons that you had in Wrath.
Oh yeah. It's not that difficult to play, and you can play it multiple different ways, which is still kind of fun.
On that, just to push you on the PvP side of things, man, I'm not sure how much PvP you've done on your Shaman, but when I talk about the fairness factor, I have to, and this is the first time I've had the opportunity to podcast about this, so it's not that I've been there'll be people who listen to this podcast, there'll be one person out there who's one of the 5,000 fucking listeners who's oh, Josh is such a cunt. He fucking whinged about Boomkins. Then he fucking whinged about Shadow Priests. He got them nerfed when, I have nothing to fucking do with it. But that cunt got them nerfed. And then the second Shaman are dominating in PvP and they're one-shotting everyone. This cunt goes silent. Go fucking figure. So, to be fair, let's put the spotlight on the PvP Shaman. I have seen the screenshots of the combat logs. I haven't experienced it because I'm not playing one at the moment. And obviously I play Horde, so I never get to PvP against a Shaman, unless you're doing STV, which I haven't been doing lately. But it does look ridiculous on paper. In practice, I'm sure I would ask you, victims of Shaman, is it out of control? And how is it fair, once again, that we jumped on Boomkins and Shadow Priest so quickly and we've left Shaman in this state in PvP for the whole phase?
Well, I think Shamans in Phase 2 are just like Paladins in Phase 1. Phase 1 Paladins in PvP were, waxing everybody in the first couple hits, on their opener.
That's fair.
And now it's, if you go up against an enhancement Shaman, the only class that really gives me a run for my money is a Shadow Priest. That's just because I can't close the distance half the time. Other than that, I'm just knocking everybody down. And it's fun to play as, but also in Blood Moon, whenever somebody does that to me and I'm out of mana, then it's a problem.
No, that's a very fair point. And Husky raises the same point about, what about Paladins? And that was the Paladin. Paladin in Phase 2 has been a very different issue. I am not afraid of a Paladin in Phase 2, but I was shitting my fucking pants over them in Phase 1, and they got that for the whole phase, so that is fair to say. So, yeah, I mean, okay, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I screaming for a nerf or not for Shaman? I don't know. I'm going to play one, so I don't care.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
nerf him.
No.
All my big thing is just do what it takes to if you've got a really, really big crowd, massively crying over one class for a prolonged period of time, it's usually probably for a decent reason, and then maybe that should be addressed. So it's not that I'm calling for a nerf, but I'm like, maybe if people are bitching about Shaman, it might be for a reason, and it should be looked at. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. Here comes
wouldn't
Fred. He's going to
say
swing
that
off
they
the top
necessarily
rope.
need like the nerf hammer. They just need to be changed a bit.
Right. All right, Fred, give it to us. What's the story?
So when I see this mental quickness / other, wrath buff that gives you intellect to attack power, I'm reading this as like kind of a soft confirmation that Rockbiter weapon's going to get TPC-ified. Because otherwise we're talking about like, some insane, like 300 spell power or something for Enhancement Shaman, which is just absurd. That'd be totally nuts. So that's sort of my main takeaway from this is, okay, yeah, Shamans are obviously overpowered. The source of them being overpowered is that they can double dip Rockbiter, which they could never do in any version of the game, because TBC, Rockbiter weapon didn't give attack power, just increased that particular weapon's damage. Whereas here, if you have Rockbiter in your offhands, it's as if you have Rockbiter in your main hand as well, because you just gain flat attack power. So I think the TBCifying is probably going to happen, which will be a pretty significant nerf to dual wielding tank shaman in particular, because that uses 2 Rockbiter weapons, but also a nerf to enhancement DPS because that uses 1 Rockbiter weapon in its offhands. And that just has to be the case, because there's no way they're going to add spell power scaling from attack power with Rockbiter, because in that way there's just no reason to ever use any other imbue but Rockbiter weapon. And also it's going to be like this weird incentive. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, that was an echo on my end. My bad. Sorry, keep going.
And then also it's this sort of weird incentive for elemental shamans and even healer shamans, because he gives healing, to rock double Rockbiter and then melee. And we just got the change to Shamanistic Rage specifically because it was toxic for your elemental shaman or your healer shaman to have like this set where they hot swap into dual wielding Rockbiter enchanted weapons just so that they could have that for when they press Shaman Rage. They fixed that whole issue. So it's sort of, I would be shocked if they just let that issue come right back with this mental quickness thing, because then also casters are gonna have to do that. So I think that this rune is coming, I take as not full confirmation but soft confirmation that Rockbiter is being nerfed. As I said before, that would generally be a nerf to shamans, which is for sure warranted.
We've got a Stan Dash in chat, sort of tongue in cheek, going 300 spell power. Yeah, maybe on the low end.
Well, let's see. It's 30%. Well, I'm just imagining only the attack power from Rockbiter weapon specifically.
Right.
Not all the one you have from your gear as well. Because that's the fair comparison we're talking about here. You're going to have the bonus spell power from your gear either way. It's just from the Rockbiter specifically adding, another. What is it? If it's 1,000 attack power, then that is 300 spell power from double Rockbiter.
Well, we can't talk about Shaman all day or someone will get upset, but all I can say, Fred, is are you happy?
Yeah, no, I'm super happy. I play Shaman, and phase 1, this phase 2 has been great. It hasn't been the entire phase, to be sure. They got buffed, I think 2 or 3 weeks in, where they gave him the offhand weapon damage, and then they gave him the 20% attack power afterwards, although that was not necessary. So it hasn't been for the whole 8 weeks like you were saying. I think it's been more for 5 weeks.
Right.
But that's still a huge amount of time to be playing a class that's crazy. And PvP, just to touch on that, I used to say, well, any ranged class who's played competently can kite you to death. And that's true, but when you go into a battlegrounds, most of the enemy team is melee, who stands no chance whatsoever against you. And then the few, ranged players you have there on the Alliance team, it's like mages who stand in your face and, cast Fireball. They don't try to cut you. The balanced Druid doesn't shift out when you Frost Shock him. He just stands there. And so if you're playing against a ranged person who has no idea how to play PvP or a melee, you just dominate them as a shaman, and that's everyone on the Alliance. So, that's just, it's totally overpowered in practice. Even if in theory, maybe you suffer against every single range matchup. In theory, that's true, but in practice, that's just not how it actually plays out. So it's certainly overpowered in PvP as well. And a lot of that is because you can use this double Rockbiter and just be absolutely juice the kills with attack power. And so if they TBCify Rockbiter, as I was saying, I expect them to, I expect that would address some of the issues that they have in PvP. We'll see what happens, but That would be a pretty big nerf.
I'm so happy that they gave Shaman Riptide now rather than waiting till level 60. One of the most fun buttons to press in the game as a healer, in my opinion. One thing is, I'm like, Fred, do you think they're going to give you guys Spirit Wolves or not? Because if they do, I'm an enhanced Shaman like yesterday.
You mean the final talent point in Wrath? The enhanced tree, that
yeah.
Spirit Wolves? I mean, that's crazy because those Spirit Wolves have a stun on command and then also give you a sprint. Oh my god!
Do you think think they would bring that to SoD, or they view that as a fringe too far?
I think it's a 60.
It could be at 60. I guess my thing is like that is in my mind a pure PvP buff for Enhancement Shaman. And if people are already, up in arms about Enhancement Shaman and PvP, I doubt they'll do that. On the other hand, Mage is extremely strong in PvP, and they gave them Deep Freeze.
Yeah,
so
true.
Who knows what they're thinking?
True. No, I fell in love with Shaman and PvP in general through Wrath with my enhanced Shaman, and a lot of it was based on Spirit Wolves. So any version of the game that's got a population where I can have Spirit Wolves, I'm kind of all in, and that's why I'm like, I've said with Kata, I'm very excited to play Prot Warrior, but my enhanced Shaman with those Spirit Wolves, I miss it very much, and I will have him up and running as well, maybe on fucking Grobulus, I don't know, we shall see. Hey, Judah, how are you, mate?
Doing well. So much more news today than I was expecting, and it's awesome.
I know. Was there something in particular that you heard that made you jump in now that you want to talk about?
Oh, you guys are just talking classes, and me anywhere. I can sense the priest coming up.
Yeah, I think we're there. I suspected that might have been why you joined, mate. So now's your time. Are you happy with what you saw?
The 2 runes previews, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the 2 rune previews for the priest.
Yeah, it's so in one sense, I think back to last phase when we were discussing the previews we knew for phase 2, and all we had was mine spike, and I was kind of complaining about what about our mana issues, and not knowing that they were going to give us Shadow Fiend, Dispersion, half mana costs on Shadow Form. So I felt kind of dumb after the fact because you just didn't know. So it's cautiously, I will say, based off of the one Shadow rune I saw, at least for the Shadow part of Priest, it again kind of feels lackluster. Shadow Priest is in such a I know there's more than Shadow for Priest, but since that's my main thing, it's in such a better place than it is on Era, but it's just does not scale at all, is what we're saying. And that's like a general Shadow Priest thing, but it just isn't fixed in SoD. Last week, just for fun, I was comparing 70th percent on Warcraft logs compared to 99th for each class, just to see, like, generally with gear and improved playstyle, how much can you improve on a class. And it was like you have all these classes that are gaining over 200 something DPS between 70th and 99th, and Priest you gain like 126. So it's like it's a class that I thought at the beginning of phase 2, if you can recall back to the first and second week, Shadow Priest was way up there. They were like second DPS in raid, and I was like, yes, the time has come. But then they just didn't scale like anyone else, and now we're at the very bottom, only beating out Frost Mage. So when I look at the one rune they gave us a preview of for Shadow, where it's like, hey, if you cast Mind Flay, it will reset your Shadow Word Pain, I believe is what it was. But Mind Flay is, first off, you're not even taking that talent in phase 2 because it's objectively worse DPS than Mind Spike. A, because it can't crit, but also just the damage is less. And the only way it's going to do as much or more is if you take Twisted Faith. But to do that, you have to give up Void Plague, which is a huge chunk of your DPS. So it's one of those, maybe it's good for PvP, maybe it's supposed to be PvP rune. I don't know how it fits into helping in a PvE context. And I'm trying to, like, the other rune that they didn't preview but has been, quote unquote data mined is Despair, about, oh, it makes your dots crit, which sounds great, and maybe that would make Mind Flay crit, but even that, I was also doing the napkin math. I took the #1 world parse in Nomer for Shadow Priest, and it was like, if on that person's Vicious Fallout parse, it was like, if you took their dot damage and you allowed it to crit, it was like, it would add like 9 DPS or something to the parse. So neither of those things feel like they're going to be big impacts. So it kind of feels like, I don't mean to be a doomer. Like Shadow Priest isn't. Priest overall is so fun right now, but it does feel like we're definitely like objectively at the bottom of the DPS, and I don't see this rune helping at all. I don't really see where it fits in, and even the Despair hypothetical one, I don't think that's going to really make a difference at all. So I'm having a blast playing the class and the spec. I have been healing, and healing feels almost too strong compared to the other classes. It's kind of one of those, hey, we need one more healer in our raid. Man, I hope a priest whispers is like kind of the vibe I get right now.
Yeah.
Maybe other people disagree.
Can I chime in a little bit?
Yeah, go.
So I'm also a Shadow Priest main. And I thought that the pain and suffering thing that's coming where Mind Flayer refreshes the tick of Shadowwood Pain, I thought it was an indication that they are going to buff Mind Flay and hopefully increase the range on it.
I hope so. The version I was thinking of is if they gave us like an Arcane Barrage style thing, like you do Mind's, this is speculative wish list thing, but you do your Mind Spikes, which give you a crit on Mind Blast, and then your Mind Blast crits, like, you know, double the damage of Mind Flay, but it loses the slow effect or something like that. Because, yeah, I agree. They need to buff Mind Flay if they're trying to get us to use it.
Because otherwise there's no point, is there, of having that particular rune. And if you think back to TBC, I don't know if you played Shadow Priest in TBC, but part of our rotation was to use Mind Flay to refresh Shadowwood Pain, so you indefinitely had Shadowwood Pain up.
Yeah. Although the kind of caveat there was it was your filler spell anyways, so it was almost just like a side effect. Oh yeah,
it was a filler. Yeah, you didn't have Mind Spike.
Right, for sure. Yes, I hope it's an indicator that they're doing something. I mean, the pushback is, again, well, you have Twisted Faith. That does 50%, but yeah, you don't take that over Void Plague, because you don't want to lose Void Plague. It's so much, like 100 DPS right now.
You say about the Void Plague, but I leveled a Shadow Priest, and I had really shitty parses. I'm not a good Shadow Priest, but I was sifting through a ton of logs at the beginning when I first started like trying to get my character into pugs, and I saw like at least through the first 100, top 100, there was a couple people using the Twisted Faith one.
You can use Twisted Faith if your kill times are fast enough.
Yeah, if it's a fast kill time. That's actually what I've been using.
I used Twisted Faith as well. I didn't know that Void Plague was more DPS because I don't check logs. I don't care. I don't care about the sweaties that want to min-max. I just use Twisted Faith because it looked cool.
I was just looking for whatever does the most damage.
Void Plague does more damage on the multiple target bosses, like Menagerie specifically, or bosses that you have to dip in and out of, and you can't just stand still. Crowd Pummeler being one. So anytime you have to move constantly, Thermal Plug, Crowd Pummeler, things of that nature, Void Plague will outdo Twisted Fate because you are losing not significant, but a good portion of your cast time ability.
Yeah, he's got it. It's interesting because if you look at you don't have to, but if you were to look at the parses, you'll see both. It's
let's see, like swapping runes. Got it.
Exactly. You don't run the same runes. A lot of it depends on your group comp and your strategy and your kill times. If your group comp is stand still and the tank maneuvers the boss to, use its directionality against it, and you can stand still and cast, then Twisted Fate works to your advantage. It's like maybe 10 DPS higher. It's not significantly higher, but it is higher than Void Plague on those fast encounters.
So if I can jump in, the priest will have to. I'm fucking loving this, but I'll have to wrap it up, or people will fucking comment on the YouTube fucking video that, oh my god, they spent too long fucking, they spent 15 minutes on priests and 3 minutes on fucking hunters. What the fuck?
Well, we didn't even touch on healing priests.
Well, that's what I was saying. Let's talk about the healing real quick and then sort of start to wrap it up. So are you guys happy with the healing factor or what?
I'm happy with where we're at right now. I don't like that we're so heavy into our instant casts with our runes that, you know, it's almost impossible to spec into holy right now.
Holy is more throughput, though.
Right.
Holy is more throughput, but it has less utility in the raid.
So is that something like you guys obviously got the announcement of it was Surging Light or whatever, where now you get a chance from your critical spells or some shit that Flash of Light or Smite might now be instant. Is this something that like excites the healers or what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because now we can spec into Holy and get that critical strike built in, get the cast time reduction, get the range, get the damage. We can spec into that, especially in a 20-man where there's a lot longer fights typically in a 20-man than in a 10-man. So your throughput does become a factor that you have to play with, like Arcos was saying.
All right. How about you other priests? You happy with the healing factor? You happy in general going into phase 3 with what you're saying?
I haven't even checked what we're getting.
The general vibe I'm getting from the few guildies I've seen posting on our Discord is that they're pretty happy.
All right.
Especially with Disc.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Disc is in a great place. Holy needs to catch up with it a little bit. I would have liked to have seen some more offensive Holy spells on the runes, some way, shape, or form. Yeah, as an alliance player, it would be nice to partner with a paladin and actually do significant holy damage.
I don't think your guild or most guilds would ever allow more than one person to go holy regardless, because you want as much PI as possible since we're stacking mages and warlocks. Or at least 2 like caster groups, you're gonna want PI.
Oh yeah, I'm always going to be Disc in raid. I feel for the person who wanted to play Holy, though. I know a few of them.
All right, guys.
Or
you go last point, Gecko. Yeah.
Where they let you play what you want to play.
Yeah, unlike Arcos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Play what you want to play.
Yeah, but it's even there, like your casters are going to be asking you constantly, like, just go fucking PI. It's better. Please go PI. Go PI, go PI, go PI. Like that's
just
everything they're going to say to you.
That's when you do the Lord of the Rings meme and stare them in the face and say no. You can do it, Arcos. You can do it. Come to the dark side of casualism, Arcos. You'll love it. The water's warm. Hey, guys, let's move on to Warlock, if we have anyone here. Shagger, do you play Warlock?
I do.
Mate, look, you get the dots critting and you get the Felguard, and are you happy?
Well, Felguard, it depends. It's like, well, if it just stands around swinging sword 1 damage per person, then who cares, right? So it's all about balancing, all about the numbers. So who knows if that's any good? And I mean, it's like potentially it could be the best for any spec, or it's just good for one of the specs. It doesn't. Who knows? Sure, it's prettier than what we usually have. So
I was going to say, is it fun to use? I've never used a Felguard. I don't think I've ever.
You've played Hunter. Does it make a difference what kind of pet you send in? Not really. You send it in, and that's it.
How about you other guys? Anyone fearful or happy for the Warlocks to get Felguard? Does it matter?
I mean, it's well, the way it's in TBC and beyond, it at least has AoE, which no other pet has, which is something. It's got a cleave attack.
All right. Anyone else have an alt Warlock or any vested interest in Warlocks whatsoever? No? Warlocks? No one's fucking playing Warlock. Um,
And the potential of the other rune is obviously it could make anything but Destro viable. So that's good.
Yeah, too easy. Hey, we might have to grab Ubiquitous. Did you want to jump in real quick? He's got 2 seconds. He's at work, but he can jump in for 2 seconds to speak Rogue. Ubiquitous, I've thrown you an invite, mate. Jump in if you want to have your Rogue rant. Here he is, mate. Go nuts. He's working out how to do it on his phone. Everyone who uses Discord on the mobile for the first time is like, what the fuck do I do? Including me. Very unintuitive on the old mobile device. Once he gets it, here he is.
Hello.
Here he is. Hey, mate.
Sorry, you might hear some trucks drive past. I'm out the front of work.
You're right.
Am I clear?
Yeah, you're right.
Sweet. Yeah, Rogue looks alright. I think Rogue tanks the winner by a fucking mile in terms of fun per second. I think DPS Rogue, assuming Mutilate stays king, we're going to be pressing Mutilate into Envenom faster than we ever fucking have. Faster than Wrath, faster than anything. I think it might even become just one Mutilate Envenom instead of Mutilate, Envenom. So that's all we're going to press. We're going to press it all day. But Rogue Tank looks mad. I think they'll... I did some napkin math. It depends on how lucky you get. Honor Amongst Thieves makes Relentless Strike stocks go through the fucking roof because you're going to spend so many more finishes now. But there's a sick world where you will be able to maintain Blade Dance, Slice and Dice, Expose Armor, and Rupture while pressing Eviscerate, potentially. So you've gone from sweet fuck all except twisting 2 plates or spinning 2 plates to spinning 4 plates and actually dealing a bit of damage. So it's looking upwards. You got to back your horse, Josh. Fuck off the Shaman. I'll level my 3 rogues. We're going to be the best tank at 60. Eat my fucking words.
Mate, I must admit, I really must admit, if it weren't for PvP, there's no fucking way I'd be playing Rogue. But I'm glad they've done what they've done because I do feel like I said on the stream earlier, I feel like they've addressed 2 of the issues you and I brought up, and we brought up one apiece on the last podcast talking rogues, where I was like, you know, you said Eviscerate shit, we need a reason to press it, and I said fucking Rogue tanking, having the play style as just keeping 2 buffs up is the fucking least amount of fun I've ever had in my life, and I feel like they've addressed them both in one fell swoop.
Yeah, if Eviscerate wasn't going to be allowed to do any more damage, at least now, like, you know, on the hypothetical spreadsheet of how much damage having a free Slice and Dice refreshed will do for you, its stocks are through the roof. The only concern is, I don't know if they realize what can of fucking worms they've opened with Honor Amongst Thieves, because that talent forever has been locked deep down in sub, where no DPS rogue that respects himself ever dare tread. But whichever fucking runes they put with that thing will be dog shit. Like, nothing will beat it. It's insane. It's stupidly strong. It plays perfectly. Like, think about it. It's on a 1 second GCD. Rogues pull energy quite often. Imagine literally casting nothing, and in 5 GCDs you have 5 combo points.
Yeah.
Because you're in a party with 4 warriors crippling their tits off, or 3 warriors and a kitty, whatever.
Yeah.
So if it ends up like the data mining that we saw, where it was with offhand attacks give energy back and the energy refund on crits, don't even worry about it. Like, literally don't even put other runes in the game. Just put Honor Amongst Thieves as the only rune for that fucking slot.
On that, I mean, it's a good point where you're like, you know, almost don't bother rocking up to the party any other runes in that slot. But obviously you can't have that. So alternatively, it goes back on the classic team where you better have the world's fucking greatest rune to compete against Hat.
I'm a beaten down rogue. I fully expect them just to somehow nerf Hat. And that is their logical way of going, this makes the other 2 better. We'll just dump to the only one that's actually good. Because the other 2 suck. On the sim, the other 2 are dog compared to Hat. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go put Hat on a 3 second ICD instead of keeping it at 1. And that's their way of making the runes better. So...
No, I haven't seen enough for Rogue personally to sell me on it in Phase 3. Even though they're giving the Rogue tank exactly what I asked for, I don't know if it's enough. I'm much more tempted by Shaman and Warrior in Phase 3, so I'm not sure if this is me saying fucking au revoir to the rogues moving forward. But I might have to live vicariously through you, mate. I will, if I do drop it, I would miss the PvP.
I've already I'm gonna DM Mike now, tell him to clear out the second bedroom. I'm going to the tank house. Fuck DPS. It doesn't look like it's gotten anything, but tanking is looking like a lot of fun.
Well, we shall see. All right. Well, thanks for chiming in on that one, mate.
That's all right. This was my smoko. I saved it.
Oh, good. Anything else that you want to, while we've got you, anything else we can did you wanted to rant about?
Nah, it was nice to listen for once and not have to put everyone through 4 hours of my voice. So.
All right, mate. We'll catch you on the next one.
I'll go back to listening.
Thanks, mate.
No worries. Have a good one, boys.
You too, mate. All right, boys. Go for it.
I'm super confused by this Honor Among Thieves stuff.
So Honor Amongst Thieves, you know how it works or not?
Yeah. How is that going? How is that? What?
Well, tell me your confusion. Help me help you.
You just get fucking combo points?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Jesus Christ, man, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. That's why I'm saying, like, if they give us the iteration that we're used to with the 1 second ICD or whatever, it is bonkers. So unfortunately, I'm with him that the trepidation is there that they might fuck around with that ICD to make it a little less, crazy and thus maybe a little less fun. But I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt. Can rogue poisons crit? Do you know?
Can rogue poisons crit? Instant poison can crit, can't it? I have no idea. Anyone?
I believe instant poison can.
Yeah.
Right.
I should know because I play one, but I don't.
Because
you probably want to have a boomy in your group in that case. So you'd have a rogue and a boomy in the group, or like 3 rogues and a boomy and a wintry. So you just whenever the other rogues crit with their instant poison, everyone else gets a combo point. You have 3% more spell crit from the boomy and your wintry as well.
Yeah, but instant poison doesn't benefit off spell crit. It's like a hunter trap, where it doesn't benefit off of any spell damage or spell crit.
Is it just one poison that has spell damage then? Or? I thought all poisons were benefiting from spell power.
They might benefit from spell power, but not spell crit.
He's saying Ubiquitous is saying it runs off spell hit and crit, but works off AP.
Yeah, so the damage it does is from AP, but if it crits from spell crit, then you'd want a boomy in your group. Yeah. So you get 3% more crit on your poisons, and you just you have 3 rogues just throwing combo points at each other the entire time. Or you could like put them in a mage group when mages have 65% crit on all their fucking spells.
Fuck.
I think this is way too overpowered if it's just 1 second GCT, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's when
at least they can maybe do good damage.
That's when the fucking 3 rogues are turning up to the raid saying, I'm here for the gangbang. Like, that would be insane. They'd just be, like you say, just all procking off of each other and going nuts.
Yep.
Fuck me dead. All right, enough of rogues. Back to I feel like we probably don't have anyone. We've done the warlocks dirty a little bit. Shag has chimed in on them, but we don't have anyone else that really knows much about warlock. I hope you warlocks are happy. I'm sorry, guys, if you feel like your class gets a bit undercooked on the show, call in.
Don't undersell my contribution.
Oh no, not underselling.
I mean, affliction can crit now. Maybe it's now. Who knows?
Yeah.
And the Felguard could be good, could not. Who knows?
No, not underselling. It's just one of those things when you've got less people talking about it, the chat generally goes for less time, which is, like I say, the only thing is, like, you get all the comments of people like, why did you only talk about my class for 3 minutes but everyone else for 9? This fucking podcast is terrible. But that's okay. Guys, let's move on. What have we not done yet? Let's do Warriors. Let's just fucking do it. I saw Gladiator Stance and, like, we all sort of guessed it was coming. It has now been confirmed. I know nothing of this ability. I've never had anything to do with it, but it sounds amazing. is Gladiator Stance everything it's like cracked up to be, or has the community fallen in love with this thing that they had for 3 seconds for the wrong reasons?
Not me.
Sorry?
I'm not in love with it.
You're not interested? Well, it's funny because I thought the warrior runes looked cool, but you and Selly both seem to be intimating that it was a bit, unfortunately, again, warrior runes are a bit shoulder shrug. What's going on? Why are you warriors so down?
Well, Taste for Blood isn't exactly fun. It's
I think it's fun. No more overpowers.
No, but you need to track rend now, and you need to be like, I need to rend as many targets as I possibly can, instead of being, I want to whirlwind and cleave everything. Now I need to multi-dot rend to get overpower procs every 6 seconds.
Isn't that a bit of interaction?
No, you don't actually have to do that because there's no chance. It always works. According to the tooltip.
Yeah, it's a 100% chance every 6 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, it won't occur more than once every 6 seconds, but if rend is taking every 3 seconds, you want it to tick every second.
So wouldn't you only
get your overpower immediately, right?
No, but wouldn't you only need to do it? So you throw rend up on one target, and then maybe after you get that proc, you or just before it, you throw it up on a second target, and you can effectively just juggle 2 targets with rend the whole time.
Sure, but it ticks on 3 seconds, so I think the idea, if you're chasing parses, you'd probably want 3 running it.
Yeah.
Like each server tick, so that the moment 6 seconds are up, it procs again. I just don't think it's a fun minigame to have dots like that on a melee.
No, fair enough. I mean, it's a good point.
On a caster.
It's a good point if I'm bitching about rogue tanks spinning plates. That is sort of more of the spinning plate thing. I guess I'd from the non-passer mentality, I do think it's fun. I love it in PvP. I'm okay with it, but Selly, tee off. What do you got?
Oh, hey.
Hey, man, how you going?
But are you really going to stance dance every 6 seconds to overpower? Like, that's the problem, right? Like, you stance dance and you lose all your rage. Now you're doing that every 6 seconds.
Or people just play arms, right? Like, we have one token raid spot for an arms warrior who really likes to put a rend on a target. Yay! How fun!
Sorry, I'm thinking the 2 runes all the runes were announced. I don't know. Were they all for the same slot? Because couldn't you theoretically, unless they are in the same slot, couldn't you do this rune plus Glad Stance and not have to shift?
Yeah. The Glad Stance is on boots. The Taste for Blood is on helm.
Right.
So you could be. It depends like how many runes
and damage from Glad Stance.
Yeah, it feels weird, regardless. But yeah, you can have both at the same time. But why would you want to run like one hand and sword as a DPS warrior? I don't see that being a thing at all.
Oh yeah, sorry. Glad Stance
feels like a PvP
I forgot Glad Stance. You need a shield on, don't you?
Yeah, and
Glad
your armor
Stance is just 10% more damage to prot warriors. That's the only thing that it provides, really.
No, my bad. You're right.
Because Devastate's too strong to not be spammed every GCD. So like the flavor text that lets you use all the other abilities is cool for like PvP, but it's like in PvE you're just gonna devastate. Like
right. So what else about it, Selly, that sort of, had you a bit like,
I mean, we saw this coming, right? It's just, they're boring. Like every warrior rune has been kind of boring so far. But the other problem I see with Taste for Blood is if they made it so overpowered could be used in Berserker stance while that rune is equipped, that would be like actually decent. But if you having to stance to use it, it's not as good.
That's fair. It's fair.
It would be better. It would like feel better to use if you could use it in Berserker stance, but I still don't like having to press rend.
Well, as Parallax is saying, he's going, Taste for Blood is an arms rune, plain and simple. It's an arms, talent, and wrath, so it's just going to be an arms rune.
Yeah, I feel like it's their way of trying to, because when we go now to 50, I think warrior DPS will move to Fury like completely, like for the most part. So now they need to find a way to make arms relevant in rating. And this is just like you have this one guy in your raid, and he really wants to have a 2-hand, even though he does less damage. Now you have a little bit of a reason to have one of those persons.
Well, let me go into bat for the Warriors a little bit. All I can say is I've seen runes that have absolutely made me go, fuck, I want to play my warrior in phase 3. But that's because I'm a prot warrior. I love my prot warrior gameplay. Prot warriors, in my opinion, have been a little lackluster to this point. Like we said, like sort of really struggling on the old single target stuff with the amount of damage coming in. It's been a bit, like I've been able to do it, but it's been a bit weird and wonky. I think Glad Stance, I think everything I saw is fantastic. Like I saw Taste for Blood in PvP. I'm excited to sort of do something like that. Sword and Board and Glad Stance for a prot warrior. Even PvPing as a prot warrior sounds really fun now. I want to give it a go. I still would have loved to have seen Shockwave. I still feel like, I don't know, there's a little something there that could be added, but maybe it's coming at 60. But as a prot warrior and, the opposite of a DPS warrior, I'm terrible at DPS. I don't care about it. I am a grey passing DPS warrior. I don't know what to fucking press, but I'm a good prot warrior and I'm excited. So from the prot side of things, do you guys see good things?
Single target, yeah.
Yeah, not AoE.
Yeah, it's more threat and more damage. You wouldn't use Gladiator Stance because you lose 30% armor and 10% threat. So I don't think you'd use that.
Oh, sorry. So
Sword
Glad Stance is
definitely use.
It's not a prot thing.
No, it's a PvP thing.
Oh.
Or it's a like off tank thing, as you know. You spec for prot, but you're the off tank, so you just throw on Gladiator and still use your shield.
Yeah. That makes sense as well, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could if you're running an off tank, sure.
I am reading chat. This is main TV. I've been reading chat this whole time.
So
if you're running two tanks, you don't want the warrior to be the off tank.
I know.
Like you don't want to have a whole raid spot with a spec that's used for 2 bosses or 3 bosses. Like you'd always just tell your fair, like go bear.
Yeah. But it seems like you're probably agreeing with this, but Selly as well is saying like what This Is Main is saying is, I called you out, This Is Main. I caught you out with your pants down. It seems to be what Selly was saying earlier as well. Like Fury Warriors have somewhat been shafted since phase 1. I mean, there was stuff for Fury Warriors to do in phase 1. But it's just whether or not you liked the whole little rage mini game around the 80 rage breaking point. But like, I don't think Fury Warriors had a great time in phase 2 from what I've heard. Selly, you can tell me, but does it feel like Fury continues to be told like, wait till 60?
No.
Yeah, I mean, Flurry is the strength, right? The Fury. But Deep Wounds is so strong that until we can get both, like Fury's probably not going to be the play.
I think for output, Fury is what's being used now.
All right. Well, anyway, I went into bat for the Warriors. Everyone always says every time the Warriors talk on Countdown to Classic, it's like a fucking funeral. Well, I'll bring the positivity and say I'm excited for Warriors in phase 3. And you know what? I'm so excited, I'll fucking play one.
The consideration would be that, you're getting better at single target. So, I mean, you're really good at single target. You're just pressing different buttons now.
Oh boy. All right. I'll tell you the one thing I would have actually liked, whether or not they're going to plan it for a later phase. The one thing I would have liked to have seen come for the prot warrior is either Shockwave or the Cata thing that spreads rend via Thunderclap. I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want the warrior to tank Truss, like if they tune the Truss in a way where it actually needs to be tanked, then warrior needs some AoE ability, because Thunderclap isn't enough.
No, it is
But
not.
considering PFD and Gnomer, trust doesn't need to be tanked, so...
All right, do we do mages? Do we have any mage enthusiasts here? We haven't done mages yet, right?
Yeah, my mage is level 19. I know everything about
Oh,
mage now.
yeah, right. Put me in, coach. There is not a class in the game that I think I know less about than mage. I haven't touched. I just haven't. Well, actually, I've not played a priest in SoD yet, so that's probably. But I feel like I know more about priest than I do about mage, even though I've only got a 19 mage. I absolutely shat my pants when I saw Deep Freeze there, the 5-second stun or whatever that they're going to get. Again, that has massive PvP implications for me. As a PvP enthusiast, I do not like mages having an on-command 5-second stun. Go fuck yourselves. But it is what it is. Guys, any mages here who are happy, unhappy, or whatever? Did they get sorted out?
They haven't done anything for mages in PvE for Frost. So making them a little bit more relevant in PvP feels like a bone being thrown to them, really.
It's one of those things where is it like, do we just, I mean, is it just the thing where it's just, sorry, Frost mages, you know, if we buff you too much, it just completely breaks PvP, so you're going to have to eternally be okay with being down the bottom of the meters?
I think that's kind of where it is like, hey, if you want to be good in PvP as a Frost mage, fine. You can be good as PvP, but you're still going to suck in PvE and raids. Sorry, sucks to be you. But hey, good news though for mages, you can go dual spec.
Yeah, exactly. Ale was in here earlier saying with all the changes to the other classes now, it seems to be the case that the only class in the game that is now being asked to eat mana issues is the mage, ironically. Like they don't seem to have that button that just injects all this mana back into them, or their spells are rather costly. Do you guys feel that that's the case? Is that a problem?
On Alliance, yeah, not on Horde.
Even on Alliance, if you have a Paladin tank with Martyrdom...
No.
Like...
You get, for the entire raid, for trash and bosses, you get like 900 to 1200 mana to the caster from Martyrdom. Shamanistic Rage, you get like 10k, 12k.
Yeah, Shamanistic Rage is a huge buff for the Horde side.
Of course, it depends. If you just have Enhance, it's definitely less. If you have a Resto Shaman or an Elemental Shaman or both, you don't need to drink. You just hold W in and you go. But on Alliance, it's 10 times worse.
Yeah, I think so. One of these SM runes, these books where the mage just gets stole mana from drinking his own stuff would be good, because I think it was on Warcraft Reloaded where they said you almost need 2.5 water drinks to get full, which is like
the water's been
seconds.
silly. Absolutely, it's been absolutely silly.
But obviously that's just in between fights. The mana's from.
What was the other rune they got announced outside of Deep Freeze? I've already forgotten. Balefire Bolt, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So some of the devs must have been watching the Wheel of Time show on Amazon and suddenly been very inspired.
Right. Okay. I've not seen season 2 yet, so I'll have to catch up to that. I'm too busy watching fucking Shogun. Everyone go watch Shogun. I know it came out a month ago and I'm a bit late to the party, but if you're not watching Shogun, you are fucking missing out on the best TV available right now. Oh my God, it is amazing. It is an 11 out of 10.
Really? Okay.
Fucking go and watch it.
I watched the first episode, thought the European guy was such a dick, and
That's
couldn't
the point.
stand him.
That's the point. He's a dick, but it's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah,
Push
just
through.
sell me on the rest then,
Oh.
because I love the politics in Japan, but I just hated this European.
Don't even like
I mean,
without going into it.
If you come here to chat and you listen to Josh, you must love a dick.
Oh my goodness. Listen, the first episode, as it is with any TV show in the history of all time, first episode's the weakest and it's still amazing. Episode 2, 3, 4 gets so much better. But anyway,
right.
Go watch Shogun, everyone. Fucking do me a favor and talk about it with me in the Discord. All right. What class have we not done yet? We'll move on from Mage because kind of, we don't really have anyone else that plays Mage.
Did you talk about Druid?
No,
probably?
we did not. Are you going to tell me you got a level 8 Druid and you're ready to go?
No. I have a level 40 Druid.
Oh my god. Oh wait, Wonder is ready. We've got a real Druid, not a fake Druid, Arcos. It's okay.
No.
All right, you say your thing, Arcos.
Just a wintry, but
we can let Arcos go.
Yeah. I want to hear what the fake Druid has to say, Arcos. So you start off.
Yeah, I think we should remove wintry from Druids. I don't want a reason to have a cat that does no DPS, and we should give it to paladins.
Right. Okay. Fair.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
Now
yeah,
we're
exactly.
talking. Yeah.
Oh my god, Wonder, are you happy?
Hello, sir. Well, I don't play either of the roles that would use either of these two runes.
Right.
But the sentiment from the ferals that I've heard from, they're not exactly super thrilled with Gore, and we're talking about the kiddies here, because the proc chance seems so low at 5%.
It is. It does seem low.
We're talking about the Gore rune here.
Even the tank druid that's in my guild is not thrilled with it either.
Yeah, it seems a little lackluster.
Yeah. I don't even play Druid, and as soon as I saw the 5%, I was like, oh.
Yeah, so like they're going to have RNG on their shreds critting, obviously, and then they're going to have RNG on whether they get a Gore proc, and that proc counters the playstyle of power shifting, which is what kiddies are going to be doing more of, because they're not going to be power shifting while they've got Tiger's Fury active. So I don't know. I don't think they're really like jumping up and down, going, "This is what we wanted to see or feel." But
didn't they announce they were going to change the wolf head? That to disincentivize power shifting altogether.
If they've said that, I missed it completely.
Yeah,
it was before phase 1.
They said that in an interview from another content creator a while back.
Oh,
wait! You're seeing other content creators?
Is not in the game at the moment. And if we're going to 300 and we're getting specializations, it should be available at the level 50 bracket, unless they're making some sort of change to it. I would be surprised if they're without showing them it in the preview, though.
Well, it'll be available, but they're not changing the helm per se. But I think what the other caller was saying was that they're changing maybe the base druid playstyle where you're not so dependent on power shifting.
I don't know. They mentioned the helm as there's 3 months ago, so who knows what they said. But it was something along the lines of they're going to make it not really worth it. Because they want people to wear a different helm.
Yeah, so what I thought was released, data mined probably would be a better word to use, was that there was going to be a helm enchant that would give the same benefit of the power shifting benefit as an enchant, as opposed to just having it as a one-time item.
That could also be.
And that would obviously then probably come out at level 60, not level 50, but that's speculation.
You mean a helm rune or an actual enchant on top of a rune?
It was positioned at the time to be an enchant on top of a rune.
Ooh.
But As I said, who knows? It's complete
We can't
speculation.
forget that obviously we've got 4 runes that haven't been announced, right? Just got
Yeah,
2
exactly.
per class, right?
Yeah, so it could have been. It could just be the effect that was picked up and was classified as an enchant instead of a, like, who knows. If we looked at the other rune, improved bark skin, I cannot think of a circumstantial situation where any druid is going to take that rune
Really?
willingly. Yeah.
Well, willingly, yeah. Arcos is going to force his to.
I mean, depends on the alternatives, obviously, but I mean, a bear, or I'd say probably in the resto, if there's no better alternative to put it as an external DPS.
Well, it's
Damage.
external defensive, right? But if your tank is requiring an external defensive to survive, your tank should pull his head and change his gear or something. Like, people aren't using full defensive rune, or at least the bears aren't. Like, not many are rocking the survival of the fittest rune unless they desperately need it. I wouldn't expect them to say, hey, use defensive cooldown for this moment in time, and expect somebody else to cast it for them.
It's possible with the next raid that certain boss encounters might require it, at least until you get gear. We don't know how bad Ironicus is going to hit, or the troll in the basement. In past iterations of Classic, at those levels, at 48 and 50, those things hit like a truck.
Yeah, it still feels weird. It's not like an exciting button to press, though, right? From
No, but it's a
the Druid's
utility.
perspective.
It's a utility that makes you valuable in the raid progression.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think Ail's comment might be the most applicable application for it. A mage is going to be in love with a resto druid when they're about to die from Balefire Bolt, and they say, "Throw me a bark skin so I don't die," or they will want their innovate. But yeah, I don't know. They're both of the runes for druid lackluster.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry.
I feel like it's all I ever say.
It is all you ever fucking say.
I
don't know why you play this class. You fucking hate it.
Interestingly, though, I don't think anyone's spoken about the tier sets. Is Druid the last class, by the way, or is there another one to come?
I feel like we might almost be done. Yeah. Well, tell me about the tier sets, though.
Well, the tier sets, obviously, we didn't get any shown for the level 50 bracket. But the Druid one that is at level 60 seems odd.
I'm shocked you would say that.
It just seems odd because at the moment we don't know if we can cast Insect Swarm and Moonkin form. It's usually in the past we haven't been able to, and so for it to be a feature on a rune, on the tier set, obviously suggests that it's going to be something that we're going to need or want to cast. But the rotation is going to be very clunky. And all of the other bonuses are not supporting it. So we keep incentivizing Boomkins to start dotting. But then all of the other runes are maximizing their hard casts. I'm kind of just confused as to why that distinction is kind of consistently being reinforced.
Agrend also said that these are in process and in development, that
subject to
like
change.
Your comments and things like that, if enough people on Reddit or the forums or these discords and whatnot bring it up, it's possible that the devs change it before.
No. Never, Grand, if you're listening, never ever cave to Wonder's demands.
Hey, I said it was possible. I didn't say they should.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, one can dream, right? One can dream.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wonder.
That's it.
Exactly.
That's it. Fuck, are there any classes that we haven't covered yet? I feel like that's everyone. Surely that's everyone. I think we're good. Oh God, Arcos wants to come back. Here we go. Yes, Arcos, what did we miss?
We've not talked about the clear horde bias from the devs.
Do you want to
ruined the alliance.
Do you want to talk about the clear horde bias? Apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
I think we can we go 4 more hours?
I'm about to end this stream. I'm falling apart, but you make your point.
Well, it's a big gripe of mine, and I mentioned it before SoD when we were talking about warriors, if you remember. But with the shaman buffs, it's kind of upset the balance between the factions.
With shamans being so strong.
Yeah, because if you think before SoD, like what's the difference in the classes? Like with Shaman and Paladin. Paladin brings blessings for the most part. That's the only thing that they give. The biggest ones being Salvation and Kings. And what does Shaman do in return? Well, they give totems, but only really Wintry totem is the valuable one. Maybe Strength. I'm not sure if that's completely like for like with Blessing of Might. So for SoD, the I don't know what horde people were scared of was what do we do without salvation? Well, you got alpha, right?
If we were scared, we wouldn't have rolled Horde in the fucking first place. We rolled Horde regardless because we love Horde, not knowing what was coming or anything. And all you fucking guys went Alliance because you're like, we know we're the best and this is going to be the same in Season Discovery. And now you're just Pikachu face that fucking some form of balance has been restored.
Absolutely not. You're missing the point, I think, or you think the point is something that it isn't.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. Like, I think Shamans should have gotten something instead of Salvation, and I think it was very clear, and the devs made it very clear that Shamans would get something. Like, don't stress about it, you'll get something. You get Alpha, which is completely fine. The issue, the way I see it, is that Paladin didn't get Wintry, but Bears and Cats did, which is fucking annoying, because now Alliance needs to have a cat or a bear in every melee group, but the Horde doesn't. The Horde they can have a Druid instead of a Shaman, but why would they? Shaman's fucking super strong. Cat is fucking dog shit. Like, it's so bad, it does nothing. It's like worse than a tank on DPS. You know, you can couple it with the insane mana return that Shamans give to their group. But it's a huge headache for Alliance guilds to figure out Wintry when only one DPS spec that is really bad and you don't want is the only one that brings it. It's like if you gave rogues Wintry right now, you'd bring a rogue to the raid, but only for the Wintry, right? That's the only value. They don't do any damage. So it's not. I think they've skewed it towards the Horde because of that, because the Shamans are actually valuable, and Paladin is still valuable. You still want Paladins. They bring good things. But why not just give them Wintry instead of Cats at that point?
Yeah, but again, can I make 2 points? Number one, I feel like this is incredibly sweaty and min-max leaning, obviously, because like everyone is super strong in Season of Discovery, and if we're really having a real conversation about a fucking difference and a bias, it is so small that it only matters to bleeding edge raiders. And then I'll say, to follow on from that, I don't get the impression that fucking anyone is re-rolling factions based off of their differences right now in fucking Season of Discovery. I don't think anyone in Phase 2 3 weeks ago was like, oh shit boys, we rolled Alliance because we thought they were going to be the best PvE faction. Now Shamans are fucking kicking ass and taking names. Let's all re-roll Horde. I just don't feel like that's happened.
No one's saying re-roll though. Like I'm not annoyed that Shamans are good. I'm completely fine with Shamans being good. It's just a little bit annoying that the changes that Shamans were given for their discrepancy compared to Paladins is fine, but the discrepancy between Paladin and Shaman is given to a different class, a class that is then left to like be like. They're so bad. Like they didn't get any buffs. They got nerfs. They're not good at anything except giving Wintry.
Yeah, I hear what you're
That's the only,
saying.
only good thing.
But I'm saying
if
again,
make cats good, and the problem is gone. Like if you make cats really good at DPS, the problem is completely gone.
I hear what you're saying, but again, I guess my question, like I kind of asked you before, Arcos, is more boiled down to two quick things where it's like, again, on a scale of 1 to 10, how egregious of a problem is this? And then number two, how much of the player base is it seriously affecting?
I think it's a real headache for the sweaties or the people that want to optimize their raid rosters or groups. But I don't see a lot of pugs going, we won't have wintry, just bring whatever the fuck you want. Play anything. Don't link logs. We're not going to check the 50% average pugs are requiring optimized rosters. They're everyone is looking for a feral druid because they bring wintry. There's a shortage of feral druids because every group is looking for them. Because of what they bring, the only buff. They're the only class that can give it on one side. While on Horde you can go, hey, we have a Resto Shaman, he can just throw down the Wintry. Oh, we have an Elemental Shaman, oh, he can just throw down a Wintry totem. Oh, wait, we got an Enhanced Tank, he can just do the Wintry. But on Alliance it's you either have a cat DPS or a bear tank. Yeah, and you don't go without it, right? Of course there's someone who goes without it, but everyone wants it.
All right. Straight to a Gren's ears, you hope? We'll see. We'll see if your message gets picked up on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm annoyed by it because it's a headache that you have to deal with, but I can deal with it. But I opened the pug add-on earlier tonight, and the first 10 ticks that went through was looking for feral druid, looking for feral druid, looking for feral druid.
Well, I hope you're enjoying SoD in general, Arcos, because you've always got these points to make, and they're very.
I will
very
always
down.
find something that annoys me, but I at least I think I'm honest about it affecting, for the most part, a small percentage of the player base. But if I'm in that small percentage, I'm going to complain about it.
No, it's fair. It's applicable to you. I get it. All right, guys. Look, on that note. We are going to wind it up there. I think we pretty much covered everything. Look, if there's, we can dive in on the specifics in another recording session later down the track, but I think that's a pretty good introductory glossing over of everything that we heard today, all the big news. So thank you so much to everyone for taking part. Guys, it's always a pleasure. I'll just say the quick goodbyes. Tariak, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me on, Josh.
Thank you. Shagger, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Arcos, thank you, as always, mate.
Thank you for having me.
And Gecko, thank you, brother.
Yeah, all good.
All good. All right, guys, look, I'm sure we'll have much more to talk about very soon, but for now, I would go on and stream some gameplay, but my dogs absolutely need to be taken for a walk, so I should go and do that. I will catch up with you guys later, and I'll end the stream there and end the podcast. Thanks, guys. Catch up.